What do you mean there's been a cancellation? I asked, my voice tinged with confusion and alarm. I had been on call during my lunch break at work and had accidentally raised my voice, but I quickly hushed myself. I hadn't initiated any cancellation. Why was this happening? My mind went completely blank. The woman from the insurance company remained unflinchingly calm, a sharp contrast to my rising panic. According to our records, we received a cancellation request from you, and the procedure has already been completed, she explained. I had signed up for a savings-type life insurance policy at the insistence of my sister-in-law, Emily. She was an insurance agent and had pressured me into choosing a plan that was more expensive than the market average because she was under tight quotas. I'm Sophia, a 40-year-old office worker living in an apartment with my husband and daughter. Today has been a whirlwind from the moment it began. As soon as Kevin woke up, he announced he had an overnight business trip and started packing. Meanwhile, my daughter, Madison, was in tears, saying, "I can't find my math textbook." Since Madison is only in the first grade, she needs a lot of help, which makes everything feel more chaotic. I wish Kevin could manage his own things without adding to the mess, asking things like, "Where's my travel bag?" or "Where are my new socks?" This year has been particularly tough with Kevin, and the thought of divorce is weighing heavily on me. Why can't you both get ready the day before? When I voiced my frustration, Madison apologized earnestly. "Sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful next time." I reassured her, saying, "It's okay. I should have checked with you yesterday. My bad." But with Kevin, it's a different story. Madison is still young. If you had prepared everything in advance, this chaos could have been avoided. Plus, you should have been thoughtful enough to buy new socks for your trip. His cutting remarks really got under my skin. I had no idea about your business trip schedule. Aren't the socks I washed and put in the drawer good enough? I prefer new socks for my trips, he said. I found his preference odd but kept my thoughts to myself. His overnight business trips are rare, maybe once every few months, but must have been scheduled well in advance, even if he hadn't mentioned it. If he needed new socks, he should either buy them himself or let me know ahead of time. Seeing Madison's tearful face as she pleaded, "Daddy, Mommy, please stop fighting," I turned to her. "Madison, I'm sorry. It's okay. Let's find your textbook together." Kevin quietly went back to packing while I began searching through the backpack with Madison. As I glanced over at him, I noticed he was packing casual clothes that seemed more suited for a weekend than a business trip. This raised a red flag for me. Could this be another affair? My suspicions were heightened. Given his past, he had cheated twice before, the first time right before Madison was born. At that point, I had seriously considered divorce, but Kevin had tearfully apologized and sought intervention from his parents. My mother-in-law begged me, "Please don't divorce my son," while my sister-in-law added, "Please don't abandon my brother." Their pleas made me reconsider my decision. Last year, Kevin cheated again, this time with a girl he met on a dating site, just like before. Kevin is the type to speak his mind bluntly, and his actions are transparently obvious, even if he thinks he's being discreet. His attempts at secrecy are almost laughable from my perspective. When he was caught, he cried and apologized once more. It was pitiful to see him, usually so arrogant, reduced to tears and sniffling. I told him, if there's any more trouble, we're definitely getting a divorce. I had him sign the divorce papers, transfer all our savings into my account, and reluctantly forgave him. But my feelings for him had completely vanished. His selfishness, including his lack of involvement with Madison, is unbearable. I'm considering holding off on the divorce until she's a bit older. In the end, the math textbook was easily found in the backpack, and Madison left cheerfully. I, however, was exhausted from the morning's chaos. With no time to make lunch, I headed to a nearby shop during my break. There, I spotted an ad for the insurance company and remembered that my policy was due to pay out a bonus around this time. Given the high premiums I pay every month, I rely on these small rewards to keep me motivated. I started thinking about what I could buy with the bonus, maybe some new autumn clothes for Madison. Feeling a bit more upbeat, I stopped at the bank to check my statement. To my surprise, not only was there no bonus deposited, but this month's insurance premium hadn't been deducted either. I was initially just puzzled, but remembering the morning's incident with Kevin, a sinking feeling began to grow. I decided to call the insurance company to find out what was going on. It turned out my sister-in-law was off that day, and another representative handled my call. That's how the cancellation issue came to light. According to her, the cancellation payment had already been processed, but I hadn't seen any money in my account. The representative insisted that all the paperwork was in order and that the insurance company had followed the proper procedures. It seemed like they were subtly implying that it wasn't their fault if someone had canceled without the owner's consent. I made it clear once more, I had no intention of canceling the policy. I'll follow up with Emily and my husband, but please verify this on your end as well. I made my point firmly and ended the call. Before I knew it, my lunch break was nearly over, and I found I had neither the time nor the appetite to eat the lunch I had bought, as other concerns were weighing on me. I informed my boss that I needed to leave early and quickly wrapped up my remaining tasks. Leaving the office ahead of schedule, I immediately called Kevin. If he was genuinely on a business trip and occupied, there was nothing I could do. Sophia, why are you calling? I'm at work, Kevin answered after a few rings, his voice sounding irritated. However, I could hear lively music in the background. It was absurd that he thought he could avoid getting caught. Sorry to bother you, but my life insurance was canceled without my knowledge, and there's no record of any cancellation payment. Do you know anything about this? I'm considering contacting the police as it might be a scam. Calling the police. It was me, Kevin admitted. I had suspected that Kevin and Emily were behind this, so when I hinted at involving the authorities, he quickly confessed, clearly taken aback. Although I had suspected him, my frustration was now boiling over. Oh, so it was you? Where's the cancellation payment, then? I used it to help Mom out, Kevin replied. Help out? Did something happen to your mother that she suddenly needed money? No, she just mentioned she wanted to go on a family trip for once. A trip? I was stunned by his unexpected response. You canceled my life insurance for that? To fund a trip? Was the business trip just a cover? Yeah, I'm the beneficiary, so you can't really complain, right? We're staying at a luxurious hotel. I'm in the lobby right now, and you wouldn't believe the size of the chandelier here. Maybe he thought it was acceptable since he got caught, I thought as Kevin bragged excitedly. What's with this attitude? I have plenty of complaints. Why cancel the insurance without telling me? I've been paying the premiums out of my own salary. You should be able to cover your own trip expenses. It's so annoying, Kevin replied. But it's the money I get if something happened to you, right? So, it's my money? You're healthy and not in any danger, so we can just start paying the premiums again. I was baffled by Kevin's reasoning. But the terms change as you get older and the premiums increase. Do you really not understand that? Well, I'm not the one paying for it, he said. Kevin's careless words gave me a headache. Do your parents know about this? That you canceled my life insurance without telling me? Didn't your father say anything? And Emily is involved in this too, right? You and Emily forged my signature, didn't you? Yeah, Mom and Dad were actually happy about it. They thought it was a good idea. It's your fault for holding on to all our money. I just wanted to enjoy myself for once. It's no big deal. We're on a family trip and everyone's happy. That family includes your parents and Emily, right? Why aren't Madison and I included? Aren't we your family too? Insurance is meant for emergencies, and it's better not to use it. Shouldn't you have discussed this with me first if you wanted to use it for a trip? You would have said no anyway. You and Madison are always together. It's fine for me to spend time with my real family once in a while. Plus, Emily was planning to sign you up for a new life insurance policy, so it's a win-win for you guys. Maybe. I can't believe you're not embarrassed to make excuses like a child, claiming you didn't tell me because you knew I'd object. That's exactly why I didn't tell you. You always get angry. It's so frustrating. If you're going to keep nagging, maybe I should just get a divorce. You wouldn't have agreed anyway, Kevin said, sounding unusually bold, as if being at a tourist spot had given him false courage. Understood, I replied before hanging up the phone. Be prepared. I'm going to make sure Kevin and his family face the consequences. I muttered to myself. My patience had worn thin. Kevin took me for granted, knowing I'd always forgiven him despite my threats of divorce. I used to think my in-laws were decent people. Even though Emily pressured me to an expensive life insurance policy, I believed she wasn't malicious. But decent people don't secretly cancel their daughter-in-law's life insurance and use the money for themselves. Like husband, like family, I'm cutting ties with all of them. I went straight to visit the lawyer, carrying the divorce papers Kevin had filled out as a sort of talisman. I filed for divorce immediately and then picked up Madison from after-school care. On our way home, I gently explained the situation to her. She was initially surprised, but she understood after I took the time to explain everything carefully. When we got home, she asked, "So Daddy isn't coming home anymore?" "He won't be home tonight because he's staying somewhere else. We're getting divorced, so we'll be living apart. There's still a lot to sort out." I answered her cautiously, unsure of her full intent. "Then let's start cleaning up now." Quickly, she said. "What's wrong? But we're separated from Dad, right?" "Mom, you don't have to cry anymore. I hate it when Dad makes you upset." "Madison, did you always tell us to stop fighting because you were worried about me being sad?" Of course. I had planned to avoid divorce for Madison's sake, but it seemed she had been holding back her true feelings all along. She intervened in our arguments because she was worried about me. "Daddy never plays with me, even on his days off. When I try to talk to him, he just says, 'Be quiet, go away,' like this morning. He only uses me to say mean things to you. I've been so sad. I love you, Mom." She smiled at me, and her smile warmed my heart. Madison had clearly seen through Kevin's selfishness, recognizing that he prioritized himself over her, and she was fed up with him too. Discovering Madison's true feelings in this way was heart-wrenching and brought tears to my eyes. "I understand. I'm sorry for putting you through such difficult times. Madison, from now on, it will be just the two of us. But I promise to take good care of you. I love you so much." Yay! Madison's joy filled me with determination. I vowed never to let her feel sad again. While Madison worked on her homework beside me, I busied myself with tasks like consulting a lawyer and researching real estate agents and moving companies. I then reached out to my parents. When I explained the situation, they responded, "Come back home right away. This way, Madison won't have to change schools." My father also offered to borrow a truck from a friend to help us move our things in the morning. I notified the landlord, the school, and the families in Madison's commuting group that we would be relocating to my parents' house and briefly explained the situation. I planned to handle the school's detailed paperwork later and called my workplace to request a day off for tomorrow. I wanted to complete most of the tasks before Kevin returned. The next day, my parents arrived, and we quickly moved our belongings to their home. By the time Kevin got back, everything was settled except for his things, which were still in the apartment. I left a note that read, "We are divorced. We are strangers now," and left the apartment. I imagined Kevin's shock at finding us gone and felt a wave of relief and satisfaction. The smooth preparation for this divorce was thanks to the research I'd done during Kevin's previous affair. I had warned him, "Next time there will be no discussion. We're getting divorced," and we had agreed that I would retain custody and all marital assets. With that in mind, Madison and I began our new life at my parents' home. Later, my frantic mother-in-law called me. She must have reached out because I had blocked Kevin's number. Knowing Kevin's tendency to cry easily despite his bravado, I imagined he was probably sobbing away. "What are you thinking? Divorcing my son when he hasn't even cheated this time?" she yelled, her voice so loud it hurt my ears. I instinctively pulled the phone away from my ear. "Sophia, it's not too late. Apologize to my son right now. He's been crying nonstop because he's so upset. Aren't you embarrassed to make such a fuss over this?" "Apologize? Me? Why?" I was so taken aback by her words that I blurted out, "Who are you?" "Eh?" My mother-in-law clearly didn't expect such a response from me, and her words suddenly stopped. I was taken aback by my own reaction. "Well, yes, it's me, your mother-in-law. Come on, Sophia, what's wrong with you? You're not losing your mind, are you? You're still young." "No, I only have one mother." "Are you some kind of scam artist? Like, 'Hi, it's me,' a phone scam, without giving your full name?" Since we were now divorced and effectively strangers, and given their tendency to handle things like canceling life insurance without permission, I decided there was no point in engaging in a serious conversation. I might as well continue with the pretense. "Don't joke around, Sophia. If you're going to act like this, we have our own ways of dealing with things." As expected, my mother-in-law was furious, but I remained indifferent. "What are you talking about? What can you actually do? We agreed that if there was another issue, get a divorce immediately, and Kevin himself told me over the phone that he wanted a divorce." My words made her pause, and I seized the opportunity to push further. "If you wanted to go on a trip, you should have consulted me first. Instead, you committed a crime. Did you all want to end up in jail? Unauthorized cancellation of life insurance can be considered forgery, punishable by imprisonment. I'm ready to pursue this thoroughly." I hadn't heard of any financial troubles in Kevin's family, so their actions seemed like a reckless decision, but that was precisely why I couldn't forgive them. What? Wait a minute, we can't be criminals. Please, I'm sorry. Let's talk. Shocked by the mention of possible imprisonment, my mother-in-law's tone shifted abruptly, but it was too late. I hung up the phone and blocked my in-laws' numbers. Later, I learned that Kevin was so stunned by the divorce that he quit his job and became a recluse. As for the life insurance issue, we resolved it through an out-of-court settlement for insurance disputes. My sister-in-law was dismissed from the insurance company, which made minor news. My in-laws became the subject of neighborhood gossip and faced criticism from relatives for their poor judgment and shameful actions, leading to their social isolation. With both Kevin and my sister-in-law out of work, they seemed to be struggling financially. Meanwhile, Madison and I are enjoying a happy and free life at my parents' home. Despite the difficulties I caused my daughter, I am committed to raising her with all the love and care she deserves from now on.
What is happening here? I watched a video on my phone that showed the inside of my house, specifically our bedroom. I have an app that lets me watch live footage from our security cameras at home. In the video, I saw my husband with another woman. They were too close to each other to just be friends. Then I heard them talking. Are you sure she doesn't suspect anything? Yeah, I've been following your instructions perfectly. She has no idea. She totally believes me. They laughed and playfully jumped onto the bed. I was shocked because the woman with my husband was my own sister. My name is Karen McDougal. I am 53 years old. My husband James is almost 56, and we have been married for 21 years. We don't have children, and it has always been just us two. We had a comfortable life until about 12 years ago when James was diagnosed with early onset dementia. His condition worsened over time. He began forgetting important meetings, how to do his job, and where he placed things. He even had trouble dressing himself and would often bump into things. Once, he left a kettle on the stove, nearly causing a fire. So James and I sought advice from my sister, Nicole, who runs a care home. She recommended a hospital where James was diagnosed. He had to retire, and now a caregiver from Nicole's facility visits our home twice a week. These days, I am the main earner in our family, working hard every day. One day when Miss Tham, our regular caregiver, visited, Nicole came with her. She said, "How's James doing? He's your husband, and I'm worried too." Since we started using Nicole's facility, she often stops by to check on us. I left for work knowing James was in good hands. My sister Nicole has looked after him like a brother ever since we got married. She always wanted a big brother when we were kids. She was very upset when James was diagnosed with dementia. Although she's busy, she often checks on us, which I really appreciate. Thanks to Nicole and Miss Tham, I can work peacefully knowing James is safe at home. Without my job, we'd struggle financially, so I'm very grateful to them. However, they can't help on weekends, so I take care of James alone then. I work during the week and care for James on weekends, leaving me no time for myself. I hadn't realized how tired I was, but a nurse at the hospital, who I've known for nearly 12 years, noticed. "Mrs. McDougal, it's tough caring for your husband. You need some time to rest," she told me. I know I can ask Nicole and Miss Tham for emergency help, but I don't want to trouble them more. By the way, there's a new nurse here from a specialized dementia hospital in Kansas City. She might help you. Look, there she is. I looked where the nurse was pointing, and to my surprise, it was Judy, my best friend from college. We hugged and caught up happily. Judy, who played softball in college and still looked sharp with her neat, short haircut, exclaimed, "Karen, you haven't changed at all." "Neither have you, Judy. I'm so glad to see you," I replied. Judy had waited for her children to grow up, divorced, and moved back to her hometown. "Let me know when you're free for coffee," she suggested. Just then, James came out in his wheelchair after his tests. "This is my husband James," I introduced him. "It feels like it's been forever since our wedding." "Yes, it has been a long time," I replied to Judy, my friend from college. As she bent down to look James in the eyes, he was sitting in his wheelchair. Judy paused, looking a bit unsure. "Oh, sorry, James. We met at your wedding, right?" she asked. James smiled at her and replied, "Is that so? I'm looking forward to your future care. Thank you in advance." Judy seemed to have a thoughtful look as she observed James. Noticing my confused expression, she stood up smiling. "I've taken care of many patients like your husband, so I might be able to offer some advice. I think I can help, so feel free to ask." "Yeah, I'll definitely rely on you. Thanks, Judy," I said. We said goodbye to each other after that. Over the next few months, I ran into Judy a few times, like when I went to pick up James's medicine or when his health got worse. Each time, Judy looked at me with concern, but I pretended not to notice and just shrugged it off. A few months after reuniting with Judy, James and I went to the hospital together. As James was called in for his checkup, I heard someone call, "Karen." It was Judy, looking serious. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Your husband James just went in for his examination. Do you have a moment?" Judy asked. "Sure, I guess," I replied. Judy led me to a counseling room. "Karen, how is it taking care of James? Are you managing okay?" she inquired. "Thanks for asking," I said. I shared with Judy about James's recent health and how the constant caregiving was wearing me down. Judy listened intently, seeming concerned about my well-being. But then she started to say something surprising. "Actually, Karen?" What she said next was hard to believe. About a week before we met again, Judy told me she was shopping in town when she saw Nickel with a man she recognized. Nickel introduced him as her boyfriend. Later, at the hospital, I realized the man was James, my husband. It was all very confusing. "Judy, that explains the strange look you had when we met," I said. Judy had seen Nickel and James together in town just a week before our meeting. However, James didn't seem to notice Judy. Back then, I looked different. I had long hair and wore glasses, which might be why he didn't recognize me. Judy also mentioned something else that bothered her. She felt James's behavior at the hospital didn't seem right for someone with dementia. He acted just like someone she had seen at her old job who was faking dementia. The man she saw in town walked confidently and responded clearly, looking perfectly healthy. "Could you have mistaken someone else for him?" I asked. "I don't think so," Judy replied. "You know how James has those distinctive moles under his right eye? The man with Nickel had them too. It's quite a unique feature." Judy realized she might have spoken inappropriately about my husband and apologized. But it was true, James does have those moles, and it's rare for someone else to have the same ones in the same place. Could James have been pretending to have dementia for 12 years and be having an affair with Nickel? The story was hard to believe, but Judy isn't known to lie. "I don't think this hospital is very good," Judy admitted. "The doctors aren't great, and I've heard some bad rumors. It seems odd that they have so many patients. I think you should get James properly checked to see if he really has dementia," she suggested seriously. After hearing what Judy said, I went to a large store and bought a home security camera. I placed it in hidden spots in the living room and bedroom to secretly record what was happening while I was at work. I set it up to connect to my smartphone and checked it during my breaks. Surprisingly, James acted differently than he did around me. He wasn't lost or confused about where things were. He seemed to be living normally. Also, when Miss Tham, the caregiver I had hired for James, came over, there was no sign of her actually taking care of him. Furthermore, I discovered that Nickel had been visiting my house frequently while I was away. The camera also captured their conversations clearly. "You're not getting caught pretending to have dementia, right, James?" "Yeah, because I'm doing just as Nickel suggests, pretending not to know the date or where things are as working perfectly, pretending not to write or go outside, and thinking it's day when it's actually night would be good too. Karen is a trusting person, so I don't think she'll suspect anything." "Is Miss Tham okay?" Won't she spill the beans? Ah, she's fine. She's a single mom with a kid, so she needs the money. I've been giving her a bit more salary, and she's been keeping quiet. After laughing together, they would flirt and head to the bedroom. I was speechless when I saw the footage. I couldn't believe my sister and husband were plotting behind my back, but the evidence was clearly recorded on the camera. Confronted with the undeniable truth, I felt lost. A few days later, I felt the need to talk to Miss Tham, who had been taking care of James. When I contacted her, she said she would be available the following Saturday. I went to her apartment and showed her the footage. She looked defeated, cried, and apologized to me. What you see in this footage is the truth. I've been deceiving you all this time, and I'm truly sorry. I don't have a license, and I was struggling to find another job. I had no choice but to follow what Nicole said because she offered me a good deal, she confessed. She explained that she was a single mother needing money, but she felt guilty for helping deceive me. Her guilt helped me get her statement. She also gave me copies of receipts, daily reports, and her diary from that time. No matter how much I needed the money, what I did was wrong. I am really sorry, she kept saying. Besides the evidence and testimony from Ms. Tham, I gathered more proof by talking to a few people involved and then spoke with my lawyer. I decided it was time to confront James and Nicole. I pretended to go to work like usual, waited near my house, and went back when Nicole arrived, and they were likely together. I caught them off guard, and they panicked. I know everything now, James, I said coldly. He quickly started confessing. It wasn't my idea. Nicole seduced me. She suggested we pretend I had dementia so you would support us. We could meet while you were at work. Even Miss Tham was hired by Nicole as an alibi. Nicole got angry and shouted James was fully involved in the plan, and now he's trying to escape blame. That's cowardly. Shut up, you were the one pushing this idea. As they argued, my heart turned cold watching them blame each other. I had reached my limit with the antics of Nicole and James. Exasperated, I commanded, "That's enough. Both of you, get out." I didn't just speak, I acted, tossing them out of the living room window along with their clothes and Nicole's purse, which were scattered all over the floor. Then, I slammed the window shut. They continued to bang on the glass, pleading for a chance to explain, but I was done listening. I drew the curtains to shut them out completely. Their persistent banging prompted me to send a stern message via WhatsApp. Be quiet, or I'll call the police. Leave now. That silenced them. Over the next few days, they repeatedly came to my house and bombarded me with messages on WhatsApp, which was incredibly irritating. To escape the constant reminders of their betrayal, I decided to sell the house. Fortunately, I had the foresight to transfer the property into my name after James was diagnosed with dementia. Given his condition and retirement, he was no longer in a position to manage our finances, including the mortgage. This precaution proved wise, as I was able to sell the house for a good price and purchase an apartment with the funds I had discreetly saved over the years. Although I hadn't anticipated such a drastic turn of events, I was relieved that my past decisions had prepared me well. Consequently, I filed for divorce from James and pursued a division of our assets. It didn't matter whether he was financially capable of settling claims or not. This action was more about sending a clear message that what they had done to me was unforgivable and unforgettable. Post-divorce, I learned through the grapevine that James had remarried and was now living with Nicole in what used to be her house. However, their situation seemed far from ideal. It appeared that the initial thrill of their affair had worn off after marriage. Living together in the harsh light of day, they had to face the reality of their relationship, accept each other's flaws, and occasionally turn a blind eye to their irritations. I imagine this proved challenging for them, considering they had stepped into marriage in the aftermath of deceit. If they ever considered separation, it would not be straightforward. With both of their parents gone, and the house where James and I had lived already sold, James had no old home to return to. They had no other family to fall back on, leaving them to navigate their complex relationship alone. As for me, I couldn't care less about their difficulties. They had made their bed, and now they had to lie in it. After Miss Tham came forward with her revelations, the repercussions were swift and severe. Nichols' care facility had its license revoked and was subsequently shut down. It turned out that the facility was financially unstable. It hadn't been making enough profit to cover the loans taken out from the bank at its inception. Now, Nichols is burdened with a significant amount of debt. This seems like a fitting consequence for a sister who betrayed her own family by stealing her sister's husband. The doctor who issued the fake diagnosis for James also faced serious consequences following the exposure of his malpractice. His reputation was tarnished, and his professional misconduct led to a domino effect within his clinic. His staff, disillusioned and disappointed by their association with unethical practices, resigned one after another. Judy was among those who left, no longer able to support the deceitful operations. With his team dissolving, it became impossible for him to maintain his clinic, leading to its inevitable closure. This doctor had been involved in corrupt activities, accepting bribes from disreputable sources to produce false medical reports. He had issued such a report for James, falsely diagnosing him with dementia. In exchange for these reports, he received patient referrals from these unethical collaborators. This explained the influx of patients at his clinic despite his lack of skill and poor reputation. The revelation of these deceitful practices was a shocking discovery for me. It highlighted just how egregious some medical professionals could be, exploiting their authority and the trust placed in them for personal gain. However, this situation also forced me to confront a painful truth about myself. I had been overly trusting, taking my sister's and the doctor's word at face value without sufficient scrutiny. Judy often pointed out that my kindness and trust in others were excessive, and this ordeal confirmed her observations. This entire experience has been a sobering reminder of the importance of vigilance and the potential consequences of naivety. It has prompted me to reevaluate how I trust and the extent to which I should verify information, especially when it concerns the well-being of my loved ones. As painful as these lessons have been, they have instilled a more cautious approach to trusting others in my future interactions. I used to trust people easily, but recent events have taught me the importance of questioning what I'm told and relying more on my own judgment. It's a difficult shift, considering my natural inclination to see the best in others, but it's become clear that being too trusting can lead to serious consequences. While I navigate these changes in how I approach relationships and information, it's reassuring to see familiar faces settling into new beginnings. Judy, a friend whose judgment and integrity I've always respected, has successfully transitioned to a new job at a large general hospital in a nearby town. Her extensive experience, especially her previous role in a prestigious Kansas City hospital, was highly valued, leading to quick acceptance and trust from her new colleagues. She's thriving in an environment that appreciates her skills and dedication, which brings me a great deal of joy knowing that she's finding fulfillment in her work. In a lovely turn of events, on Judy's recommendation, Miss Tham, who was entangled in the recent turmoil but showed remorse for her actions, has found a position at the same hospital, working in the cafeteria. It's a fresh start for her, an opportunity to rebuild her life in a less pressured role, away from the complexities of direct patient care. This chance at a new beginning in a supportive environment might just be what she needs to move forward. One of the brighter moments during these times has been the arrival of a new companion, a male miniature Dachshund puppy whom I brought home about a month ago. His joyful demeanor and playful antics are a constant source of comfort and delight after long, tiring days. Judy's affection for him is evident. Her eyes sparkle with joy every time she sees him frolicking with his favorite ball. While she insists that her frequent visits are purely to indulge in his cuteness, I know there's more to it. Judy is considerate and caring, often using her love for the puppy as an excuse to check on me, ensuring I'm not just coping but thriving despite the challenges I've faced. These visits from Judy have become a cherished part of my routine. They remind me that life can still hold simple joys and genuine connections, even after profound loss. The laughter we share, the quiet moments spent in companionable silence, and the comfort of having someone who understands and supports me unconditionally are invaluable. It has led me to reflect on the unexpected paths life takes us on, and how sometimes the outcome isn't as bleak as it initially seems. Losing my husband in the way I did was devastating, and the betrayal cut deep. However, finding solace in my friendship with Judy and the unconditional love of my new puppy has given me a renewed sense of purpose and happiness. It's in these small, everyday moments with them that I find strength and recovery. As I adjust to this new phase of life, the idea of living a single life, enjoying the company of my dear friend, and my delightful puppy doesn't just seem bearable, it feels genuinely fulfilling. Perhaps this is what contentment looks like for me now, simpler, quieter, but no less rich in love and companionship.
The smell of antiseptic always makes me gag now. That and the relentless rhythmic beep of the machines they had me hooked up to. My side throbbed, a deep, insistent ache that no amount of morphine seemed to dull completely. But every time I winced, I'd tell myself, "It's worth it. Caitlin will live." My name is Hope, by the way, and I guess for a while there, I really lived up to it. Just 3 weeks ago, I was on a stage, lights blazing, music thumping through my bones. Dance wasn't just something I did, it was who I was. Years of training, auditions, near misses, and then finally the call, a spot in a touring contemporary dance company, my dream. I'd floated through those first few rehearsals, every muscle singing, every leap feeling like flight. Then came Mom's frantic call. "It's Caitlin," she'd sobbed into the phone, her voice cracking. "Her kidneys, they're failing, Hope. The doctors, they don't think she has long." Caitlin, my little sister, always a bit dramatic, always craving the spotlight, but still, my sister. The tests were a blur, rushed and urgent. Turns out I was a perfect match. The doctors explained the risks, the recovery, the lifelong implications. Dr. Ramirez sat with me, her expression serious. "You understand that this is a major surgery, Hope. Your career as a professional dancer, it will be significantly impacted, if not over." "She's my sister," I'd said, my voice surprisingly steady. And to me that explained everything. What was a career, even a dream career I'd bled for, compared to Caitlin's life? So I traded my point shoes for a hospital gown, my stage for a sterile room with pale green walls. "You're a hero, Hope. A true hero," Mom, Greta, kept saying, her voice thick with emotion she could summon on demand. She'd dab at her eyes with a tissue that never seemed to get truly wet, her gaze flicking towards any nurse or doctor who passed by. Dad, Tom, would just nod, his hand on my shoulder, a little too firm, his expression a practiced mask of solemn concern. Our brave girl. Caitlin, in her own room down the hall, was already leveraging the situation. Her Instagram feed was a carefully curated stream of suffering and stoicism. Caitlin's kidney journey, such her sister's sacrifice, her brave warrior. They'd even started a GoFundMe to cover Caitlin's mounting medical expenses and ongoing care. It had raised thousands, then tens of thousands in days. People were so generous, so quick to open their hearts and wallets. Local news did a small piece, a human interest story. "Selfless sister saves sibling," the headline read. They interviewed Mom and Dad, who spoke with tear-filled eyes about Caitlin's courage and my unbelievable, selfless sacrifice. I cringed when I saw the clip on the hospital TV, but they seemed to bask in the glow of the local spotlight. My recovery was hell, pure, unadulterated hell. The pain was a constant gnawing beast. Simple things like trying to sit up or shuffling to the bathroom felt like climbing Everest. The incision on my abdomen was a livid, angry red line, a permanent reminder. My own medical bills were starting to arrive at our home address. Thick, intimidating envelopes I'd seen Mom quickly push into a drawer. They hadn't mentioned my aftercare expenses in the GoFundMe plea, but Caitlin was getting better. That was the main thing, I kept telling myself. She'd get to live, to have a future. That had to be worth it. A week after the surgery, I was finally allowed to shuffle down the hall, leaning heavily on a walker to see her. She was propped up in bed, surrounded by a mountain of flowers and balloons, scrolling through her phone, a small, satisfied smile playing on her lips. "Hopi," she chirped, looking up, her eyes bright. "You look rough." A laugh almost escaped me. "You look better," I managed, sinking into the visitor's chair, already exhausted by the short journey. "The doctors said I'm responding amazingly to your kidney," she said, preening a little as she fluffed her hair. "They're talking about a miraculous recovery photo shoot for the GoFundMe update. Isn't that great? More content." "Yeah," I said, trying to dredge up some enthusiasm from the depths of my fatigue. "Great." A few days later, I was back in my own room, drifting in and out of a restless, painkiller-induced sleep. The door was slightly ajar, maybe an inch. I could hear their voices from the small family waiting area just outside. Mom, Dad, and Caitlin, who must have been feeling well enough for a wheelchair excursion. Another 5,000 just came in this morning from the GoFundMe," Mum was saying, her voice crisp and businesslike, utterly devoid of the tearful tremor she used for the public. "Incredible," Dad chuckled, a low, pleased sound. "People are so gullible. It's almost too easy." Gullible. My heart gave a weird, painful thud against my ribs. Then Caitlin's voice, bright and clear, laced with something that sounded like triumph. "Seriously, that whole dying sister act. Oscar-worthy, if I do say so myself. And Hope? Bless her naive heart, she bought the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. Poor, selfless Hope, giving up her precious dancing career for little old me." A wave of laughter, sharp and cruel, followed. Mum's high-pitched, almost girlish giggle, Dad's rumbling laugh, Caitlin's triumphant, slightly manic cackle. "The miraculous recovery photo shoot next week is going to be epic," Mum said, her voice regaining its strategic edge. "We need to keep the momentum going. Maybe a tearful thank you from Caitlin directly to the camera. Really milk it." "Oh, I can definitely cry on cue," Caitlin said, her voice dripping with smugness. "Especially when I think about that new convertible I'm getting with my share of the donations. My blood turned to ice. I couldn't breathe. The rhythmic beeping of my heart monitor seemed to grow louder, faster, echoing the sudden, frantic, sickening pounding in my chest. It wasn't the physical pain in my side anymore. It was a new, different agony, a cold, sharp thing twisting in my gut, stealing the air from my lungs, making me feel like I was drowning. Their laughter, their casual, monstrous words replayed in my mind on a loop. She bought the whole thing. The sound of it, the sheer, unadulterated betrayal, chilled me to the absolute bone. My world, the one where I was a hero saving my sister, didn't just shatter. It imploded, leaving nothing but a cold, dark void. My hand, trembling almost uncontrollably, fumbled for my phone on the bedside table. The screen was cracked, just like my life. With a surge of adrenaline that momentarily eclipsed the pain in my side, I managed to unlock it, my thumb swiping clumsily. Voice recorder. I pressed the red button. Please God, let this work. I slid the phone back, angling it slightly towards the partially open door, praying they wouldn't come in, praying the microphone was good enough. Their voices continued, oblivious. And the beauty of it is, those faked hospital letters Dr. Peterson's dodgy cousin cooked up. Untraceable, Dad said, and I could almost hear the smirk in his voice. Cost a bit, but worth every penny for authenticity. Authenticity, Mum scoffed lightly. The only authentic thing here is the money rolling in. We should look into that little cottage by the lake once this all blows over. A reward for our excellent performance, Caitlin giggled. And I need a whole new wardrobe for my new Lease on Life debut. All those interviews I'll be doing, gotta look the part of the brave survivor. My stomach churned. My kidney, my life-altering sacrifice, was paving the way for a lake cottage and a shopping spree. The sheer, unadulterated callousness of it was a physical blow. They discussed my lost career as if it were a minor inconvenience, a small price for their gain. It's a shame about Hope's dancing, of course, Mum said, her voice dripping with false sympathy that now sounded like acid in my ears. But she'll find something else. Maybe a nice, quiet desk job. Much more suitable, really, less strenuous. And honestly, Caitlin added, her voice conspiratorial, was she really going to make it big? Let's be real. This way she actually gets to be a hero, in her own mind, anyway. Their laughter echoed again, and this time I didn't just feel chilled. I felt a cold, hard knot forming in my chest, something dense and unyielding. The ice in my veins wasn't just shock anymore. It was crystallizing into a diamond-hard rage. I lay there, feigning sleep. For what felt like an eternity, the recording app silently capturing their poison. Every word was a fresh stab. Finally, their voices faded as they moved further away. I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my whole body vibrating. Carefully, I reached for my phone, stopped the recording, and saved it. My most precious, terrible possession. The next few days were a masterclass in deception, on my part. I smiled weakly when they visited, accepted their hollow words of praise, their feigned concern. "You're looking a little better today, sweetie," Mum would say, patting my hand, her touch making my skin crawl. "Just focusing on getting strong again," I'd murmur, keeping my eyes downcast, pretending it was from weakness, not from the effort of masking the fury that threatened to boil over. Caitlin would flit in, full of her own progress. "They're taking my stitches out tomorrow, and guess what? That influencer, Andres Wallace, wants to do a follow-up piece on my miracle recovery." "That's great, Caitlin," I'd say, my voice carefully neutral. Each word they spoke, every gesture of affection was a grotesque parody. The loving family I thought I had? They were monsters wearing familiar faces. I watched them, really watched them, for the first time. The subtle glances between Mom and Dad, the way Caitlin's eyes gleamed with avarice when she talked about the GoFundMe. It was all there, a hideous tableau I'd been too blind, too trusting to see. The nurses, at least, were genuinely kind. "You're very brave," one of them, Sarah, said gently as she changed my dressing. "Your sister is very lucky." "Yes," I said, the word tasting like ash. "She is." I focused on the small victories, sitting up without wincing, taking a few more steps each day. But beneath the surface of my quiet recovery, a plan was beginning to whisper, a dark seed planted by their betrayal. The recording on my phone was the soil, and my rage was the water. One evening, alone in my room, the only light coming from the city, glow beyond my window, I opened Caitlin's Instagram. Her latest post, a picture of her looking pale but beatific, a single tear artfully tracing a path down her cheek. The caption was a masterpiece of manipulation. "Feeling so much gratitude for my amazing sister Hope and for all of your incredible support. We're almost at our goal for my ongoing care. Every little bit helps me on this long road to recovery. Link in bio. Harks blessed Scout Kidney Warrior, road to recovery. Ha, thank you." The GoFundMe page. still active, still soliciting money for a lie, and a recovery update video. They were going to milk this for every last drop. A cold certainty settled over me. I couldn't let them get away with this. Not after what they'd done to me, to all those generous people who donated. I didn't know how. Not yet. But the question wasn't if. I would do something. It was what and when. The ice in my veins wasn't just anger anymore. It was purpose. Coming home was like stepping onto a stage set for a play I no longer wanted to be in. The house felt different, tainted. Every family photo, every shared memory was now overlaid with the sickening filter of their deceit. My recovery was slow, the pain a dull, constant companion, but it was the isolation that gnawed at me. They were careful around me, too solicitous, their concern feeling like a suffocating blanket. "Need anything, sweetie?" Mom would ask, her voice oozing a sweetness that made my teeth ache. "A cup of tea? Your pillow's fluffed?" "I'm fine, Mom," I'd reply, keeping my tone even, my eyes averted. I spent most of my time in my room, the door closed, a fortress against their false affection. When they were out, Mom at her charity lunches, Dad at the golf course networking, Caitlin on yet another shopping spree for her recovery wardrobe. I began to dig. My laptop became my weapon. I sifted through old emails, searching for keywords. Doctor, illness, money. I found threads between Mom and Dad discussing Caitlin's episodes years ago. Fainting spells that coincided with exams she hadn't studied for. Mysterious allergies that flared up just before family events she wanted to avoid. Small manipulations, attention-seeking tactics, but nothing on this scale. This kidney scheme was their magnum opus of deceit. One afternoon, while they were all out celebrating Caitlin's latest positive checkup with a lavish lunch, I ventured into Dad's study. My heart hammered against my ribs. His desk was usually a mess, but I found a folder tucked away in a bottom drawer labelled Caitlin Medical. Inside, printouts. Not the faked letters Dad had mentioned. He was too smart to leave those lying around. But older documents. Bills for specialists. Notes from doctors about symptoms with no clear organic cause. Suggestions for psychological evaluation that were clearly never followed up on. And then a more recent, hastily scribbled notepad page. A list. Kidney, most sympathy. Liver, too complex. Heart, too risky. Underneath, hope, perfect match. Won't refuse. They chose this. They specifically chose a kidney donation because it was dramatic, because it would tug at heartstrings, and because they knew me. They knew my love for Caitlin, my inherent need to help, would make me the perfect, unquestioning donor. They hadn't just stumbled into this. They'd engineered it, with me as the primary disposable component. The medical bills for my own aftercare were piling up on the kitchen counter, addressed to me. Mum would glance at them, then pointedly look away. "Oh, those. We'll sort them out later, dear. Caitlin's needs come first right now, you understand." Not a single cent from the tens of thousands they'd grifted had been allocated to the person who'd actually sacrificed a part of her body. My best friend Ezra called. "Hey, stranger, heard you were back home. Can I swing by, bring crappy takeout and even crappier jokes?" His familiar, easygoing voice was a lifeline. "Please," I said, the word catching in my throat. When he saw me, his smile faltered. "Whoa, Hope, you okay?" I wasn't, and the dam finally broke. The carefully constructed walls I'd built around my emotions crumbled. The story spilled out, punctuated by tears I couldn't stop. Tears of rage, of grief, of utter, soul-crushing betrayal. He listened, his expression shifting from concern to disbelief, then to a quiet, simmering fury that mirrored my own. "They... what?" he kept saying, his voice low and dangerous. I didn't just tell him, I played him the recording. He sat there, phone pressed to his ear, his face paling as their laughter, their casual cruelty, filled my small bedroom. When it finished, he was silent for a long moment, his jaw tight. Those absolute bastards, he finally breathed, his eyes blazing. Hope, I don't even know what to say. That's monstrous. I know, I whispered, wiping my eyes, and I don't know what to do. Yes, you do, Ezra said, his voice firm. We do. We expose them. We burn their whole charade to the ground. He looked at me, his gaze unwavering. I'm in. Whatever you need. Tech stuff, planning, moral support, alibis, you name it. A tiny spark of warmth ignited in the icy wasteland of my heart. I wasn't entirely alone. A few days later, Mum was on the phone in the living room, her voice animated. I paused outside the door, listening. Yes, of course, everyone who donated will be invited, and Andres Wallace from Channel 7 News has already confirmed he'll be there with a camera crew. It's going to be a wonderful thank you and celebration of Caitlin's miraculous recovery party, a real testament to the power of community and family. My breath caught. A party, a public celebration, with media. The perfect stage, I realised, a grim smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. The perfect public stage for their downfall. The party planning kicked into high gear immediately. Our house, which already felt like a meticulously curated stage set, became even more so. Mum was a whirlwind of activity, barking orders into her phone at caterers, florists and rental companies. Yes, the grand marquee for the garden, obviously, and I want fairy lights, thousands of them. It needs to look magical, celebratory. The guest list, she announced proudly at dinner one night, was nearing 200. All the major donors, of course, some local business owners who've been so supportive, and Andres Wallace is bringing a +1, his producer apparently, maximum exposure. Caitlin, meanwhile, was living her best fraudulent life. Her Instagram was a daily diary of her inspiring recovery. Selfies in new outfits captioned, feeling stronger every day, a road to her recovery blessed. Videos of her taking tentative steps in the garden, always with perfect lighting and a wistful expression, and endless thank yous to her amazing supporters. She even did a live Q&A talking about her new lease on life and how she planned to use her experience to inspire others. The hypocrisy was so blatant, so sickening, it made my head spin. You should do a little speech too, Hope, Mum suggested one afternoon, not looking up from her seating chart. Just a few words about how proud you are of Caitlin, how happy you are that your sacrifice paid off. I'll think about it, I said, my voice carefully neutral. Oh, I was thinking about it, all right. Dad was the outlier in this festival of deceit. He seemed quieter, more subdued. He'd hover near me sometimes, a strange, unreadable expression on his face. You feeling all right, Hope? He asked one evening, as I was meticulously doing my physio exercises in the living room, the dull ache in my side a constant reminder. Peachy, I replied, not meeting his gaze, focusing on the stretch. Good. He lingered for a moment longer, then shuffled off. Was it guilt? A flicker of conscience, or just another layer of their elaborate performance, designed to lull me into a false sense of security? I couldn't tell. And frankly, I didn't care. He was complicit. He'd laughed with them. That was all that mattered. Ezra became my covert operations partner. He came over under the guise of cheering me up, and we'd huddle in my room, voices low, planning. Okay, so the faked medical reports, he said one afternoon, tapping his pen against a notepad. You said your dad mentioned Dr. Peterson's cousin? Yeah, but I haven't found anything concrete with that name. Dad's too careful to leave the actual fakes lying around. We need something tangible, Ezra mused. A few days later, luck, or perhaps karma, intervened. I was taking out the recycling when I noticed a crumpled piece of paper at the bottom of Dad's office bin, partially obscured by junk mail. My heart rate picked up. Smoothing it out, I saw it was a printout, a draft of one of Caitlin's symptom lists for a specialist visit that never actually happened, full of exaggerated claims. At the bottom in Dad's handwriting was a scribbled note, cross-ref with Peterson's final version, ensure consistency for GoFundMe narrative. "Ezra, look at this," I said, showing him the paper when he next visited. His eyes lit up. "This is good. It's not the faked report itself, but it's a direct link to them crafting the narrative, referencing a final version. It shows intent, premeditation." He took a photo of it with his phone. "We can definitely use this." We started brainstorming how to present the evidence. A simple announcement wouldn't be enough. It needed to be undeniable, irrefutable. "A video," Ezra said, his fingers flying across his laptop. "We can intersperse clips of the audio recording with screenshots of Caitlin's GoFundMe posts, the lavish spending, this note about Peterson's final version. Visual and auditory. A full sensory assault of their bullshit. My physical therapy sessions became my training ground. The pain from the incision, the exhaustion, I channeled it all. Every leg lift, every careful stretch was fueled by a burning anger. This is for my career, I'd think, pushing through the discomfort. This is for my health. This is for every single person they scammed." My resolve hardened with each passing day. The party was less than 3 weeks away. The clock was ticking. One evening, Dad found me staring out the window, lost in thought. He cleared his throat. "Hope," he began, his voice unusually hesitant. "About this party. It's getting rather big, isn't it?" I turned, my expression unreadable. "Mum seems to think bigger is better." "Yes, well, your mother," he trailed off, then looked directly at me, his eyes troubled. "Maybe it's too much. For Caitlin, you know, with her recovery. And for you. All that attention." I just stared at him. Was this it? Was he cracking? Was he trying to warn me off, or was he genuinely concerned the whole thing was spiraling out of control and their lies were about to catch up with them? "I'm sure we'll all manage, Dad," I said, my voice cool and distant. His distress, whether real or feigned, meant nothing to me now. The stage was almost set, and the show, I vowed, would be unforgettable. "Manage? Yes, I suppose we will," Dad mumbled, turning away from my cool dismissal of his supposed concern. He didn't bring it up again. But my quiet intensity, my lack of participation in the party fervour, hadn't gone unnoticed by Mom and Caitlin. Subtly at first, then, with increasing frequency, they began their campaign. I overheard Mom on the phone with Aunt Carol. "Oh, Hope's... Well, you know, the surgery was a lot for her. She's been very withdrawn, a bit fragile, if you understand. We're worried, of course." "Fragile?" I was a goddamn steel trap, waiting to spring. Caitlin played her part too. "Hope seems so down all the time," she'd sigh to anyone who would listen, usually within my earshot. "I feel so guilty that my illness has affected her like this. The doctors did warn us about potential post-operative depression. They were trying to discredit me before I even had a chance to speak, painting me as unstable, unreliable. If I did try to say anything, who would believe the depressed, fragile sister over the brave, recovering one and her doting parents? It was a clever, insidious tactic. One afternoon I came back from a particularly grueling physio session, my muscles screaming, my scar throbbing. My bedroom door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. Nothing seemed overtly out of place, but there was a subtle shift, a wrongness. The books on my nightstand were stacked differently. The throw on my chair was folded, not draped as I'd left it. "Mom!" She'd been in here. "Tidying," she'd claim, if I asked. My heart hammered against my ribs. The external hard drive. It was hidden in an old shoebox at the back of my closet, under a pile of winter sweaters. I practically tore the closet apart. My fingers closed around the familiar cool metal. Relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak-kneed. It was still there. But the message was clear. They were suspicious. Not necessarily of a grand exposé, perhaps, but of something. My withdrawal, my quiet observation, it was making them uneasy. The pressure cooker was hissing. They're onto you, or at least onto the idea that you're not playing along, Ezra said when I told him. We were in his cluttered apartment, the safest place to strategize. This party is it, Hope. It's our one shot. We have to make it count. I know, I said, rubbing my temples. The constant vigilance was exhausting. Ezra, bless his tech-savvy soul, was already working on the video compilation. He'd taken the raw audio of their confession and was meticulously layering it. Okay, so here, he said, pointing to his screen, when your mum talks about the GoFundMe donations, I'll overlay screenshots of their bank statements if we can get them, or at least pictures of Caitlin's shopping sprees. And here, where your dad mentions the faked letters, I'll put up that note you found, the one about Peterson's final version. It needs to be undeniable, I repeated the words a mantra. It will be, Ezra promised, his expression grimly determined. By the time this video is done, no one will be able to look at them the same way again. The gaslighting attempts continued. Hope, darling, are you sure you're up to attending the party? Mom asked one evening, her voice dripping with faux concern. It's going to be a long night. Perhaps you should rest. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Mom, I said, forcing a small, tight smile. I need to be there to support Caitlin. Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Of course, dear. A few days before the party, Caitlin wandered into my room while I was on my laptop, supposedly researching gentle yoga routines for post-op recovery. In reality, I was triple-checking the evidence files Ezra and I had compiled. I minimized the window quickly, but not before she'd leaned over my shoulder. What you working on? She asked, popping a grape into her mouth. My heart leaped into my throat. On the desktop, still visible for a split second before I clicked away, was a folder innocuously named Caitlin's Journey. It contained all our damning files. Oh, just some old photos and videos of you, I improvised, my mind racing. For your recovery slideshow. Thought I might have some cute baby pics you could use. Caitlin's eyes lit up. Ooh, good idea. Let me see. Not yet, I said, forcing a casual laugh. I want it to be a surprise. Just some embarrassing ones, you know. She pouted playfully. Fine, but make sure I look good. She flounced out of the room, seemingly satisfied. I let out a shaky breath. That was too close. Had she seen enough to be truly suspicious? Enough to warn Mom? The folder name was generic, but if she'd glimpsed any of the file names within it... confessionaudio.mp3, GoFundMe, discrepancies.docx, faked letters, evidence, JPG. The thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. We were so close. I couldn't let them derail this now. The final week before the party was a surreal blur. I moved through the days like an automaton, a polite smile plastered on my face, an inferno of resentment raging beneath the surface. I helped Mom arrange flowers. No, Hope, the white roses go here, for purity and gratitude. And listened to Caitlin practice her tearful thank you speech in her bedroom, her voice echoing with false emotion. Each act of feigned normalcy was a twist of the knife, but also a necessary camouflage. They needed to believe I was still their docile, heartbroken, but ultimately supportive Hope. You seem much more like your old self lately, dear, Mom commented one afternoon, as I helped her fold napkins into elaborate fan shapes. Just trying to focus on the positives, I said, my voice even. Caitlin's health is what matters. She beamed. Exactly. I knew you'd come around. Ezra and I were in constant clandestine communication. He'd finalised the video. It was brutal. The audio of their laughter, their callous dismissal of my sacrifice, their gleeful plotting. It was all there, interwoven with damning visuals. Screenshots of Caitlin's extravagant purchases made just days after large GoFundMe deposits. The scanned image of Dad's note about Peterson's final version. Close-ups of the GoFundMe page with its ever-increasing total, juxtaposed with headlines about my selfless act. The projector for Caitlin's slideshow, Ezra confirmed via encrypted text. It's a high-end model, HDMI input. I've got a microconverter for my laptop. We'll switch the input at the last second. I'll be near the AV table pretending to offer tech support. And the remote trigger, I texted back. Tested and ready. You give the signal. I hit play. Boom. My heart hammered. Boom, indeed. I also reached out to Andres Wallace, the journalist. I sent him a cryptic email from a burner account. Regarding Caitlin's miraculous recovery, there's more to the story, much more. Evidence will be provided at the party. Be ready. I attached no specifics, just enough to pique his journalistic curiosity to ensure he was paying close attention. I also drafted a press kit, a USB drive containing the audio file, copies of the evidence, and concise, bullet-pointed summaries. This would be for him after the main event, to the E. Then I did something that felt both risky and necessary. I contacted a few of the people who had made substantial donations to the GoFundMe, people whose names Mum had proudly dropped. I chose individuals who lived out of town, who wouldn't be at the party, minimizing the risk of them tipping off my family. I was vague, telling them I had uncovered some disturbing irregularities regarding the fund and my sister's illness, and that I would be revealing the truth soon. I asked if, should my information prove credible, they would be willing to provide a statement about how they were misled. The responses were cautious but intrigued. A few agreed. Their words, their sense of betrayal, would add another layer to the fallout. My cousin, Willow, who lived a few states over, had always been the sanest member of our extended family. She'd sent a polite get-well-soon card for Caitlin, but hadn't donated, her scepticism a quiet hum in the background of my family's dramatics. I sent her a message. Big things happening at Caitlin's party. You might want to keep an eye on social media that night. Her reply was swift. Figured something was up. You okay, Hope? Seriously. Getting there? I typed back. Her simple, genuine concern was a balm. The night before the party, I stood in front of my bedroom mirror. My reflection stared back. A stranger I almost didn't recognize. The scar on my abdomen, usually hidden, was a pale, puckered line against my skin. It no longer felt like a badge of honor, a symbol of sisterly love. It felt like a brand, a mark of their deception. My eyes, though, held a new light, not the soft glow of the aspiring dancer, but the hard, determined glint of a woman on a mission. Exhaustion was etched into the lines around my mouth, but beneath it there was a terrifying, exhilarating resolve. There was no fear left, only a cold, clear purpose. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about justice. It was about reclaiming what they had stolen from me, my health, my career, my trust, my very identity. Morning dawned, bright and sunny, perfect party weather. As I came downstairs, Mom intercepted me in the hallway. She pulled me into a tight, cloying hug, her perfume overwhelming. "I'm so glad you're finally coming around, dear," she whispered, her voice saccharine sweet against my ear. "We were all so worried about you for a while there. It's wonderful to see you smiling again." She pulled back, her eyes scanning my face, a small, satisfied smile on her own. The condescension, the utter lack of awareness of the storm about to break over her head, was almost comical. It was the final drop of fuel on the pyre of my rage. "Wouldn't miss it, Mom," I said, my own smile feeling like a rictus. "It's going to be a day to remember." Oh, yes, it certainly was. The garden was a sea of pastel fabrics and polite laughter. Waiters circulated with trays of champagne and tiny, elaborate canapes. Mom, resplendent in a flowing floral dress, greeted guests with air kisses and pronouncements of Caitlin's miraculous strength. Dad stood beside her, beaming, shaking hands, playing the proud patriarch. And Caitlin, oh, Caitlin was the star. Dressed in virginal white, her hair artfully tousled, she moved through the crowd, accepting compliments and sympathetic murmurs with a practiced humility that made my stomach clench. Andres Wallace and his cameraman were already there, his microphone periodically aimed at Caitlin as she recounted, yet again, her harrowing ordeal. I found Ezra near the large projector screen set up at one end of the marquee. He was fiddling with some cables, looking like an official event technician. He gave me a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. My heart was a frantic bird beating against my ribs. I clutched the small remote trigger in my pocket, its plastic cool against my clammy palm. "And now," Mom trilled into a microphone, her voice echoing slightly, "the moment we've all been waiting for. Our brave warrior, our miracle girl, Caitlin, would like to say a few words and share a little something with you all." A wave of applause. Caitlin glided towards the small, flower-decked podium, dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief. She looked out at the crowd, her lower lip trembling prettily. "Oh, my goodness," she began, her voice thick with emotion. I hardly know where to start. Seeing all your wonderful faces here today, it just means the world to me." She paused for effect, sniffling delicately. "This journey, it's been the hardest thing I've ever faced. There were days I didn't think I'd make it." More sympathetic murmurs. I saw Mrs. Henderson, who'd donated $5,000, dabbing her own eyes. "But through it all," Caitlin continued, her voice gaining strength, "I had my amazing family, my incredible parents." She gestured to Mom and Dad, who preened, "and of course, my selfless, heroic sister, Hope." Her gaze found mine, and she offered a watery, beatific smile. "Hope, you gave me life. You gave me a second chance. I will never, ever be able to repay you." The irony was a bitter pill. I just stared back, my expression unreadable. "And now," Caitlin announced, beaming, "I'd like to share a little slideshow with you all. A few moments from my battle and my journey back to health." She nodded towards the AV table. "If we could dim the lights, please." The marquee lights softened. The projector whirred. This was it. My thumb hovered over the button on the remote. Caitlin turned expectantly towards the screen. "Here are just a few memories." I pressed the button. The screen flickered. But instead of smiling photos of Caitlin in a hospital bed, the first image that flashed up was a stark black screen with white text, "The truth about Caitlin's journey." A confused murmur rippled through the crowd. Caitlin frowned, turning to look at the tech table. That's not..." Then the audio started. My voice, distorted slightly by the recording, but clear. "Bless her naive heart, she bought the whole thing, hook, line and sinker. Poor, selfless Hope, giving up her precious dancing career for little old me." Caitlin's triumphant, cackling laughter filled the marquee. A collective gasp went through the crowd. I saw Caitlin's face drain of all colour. Her eyes, wide with dawning horror, darted from the screen to me, then to Mom and Dad. Mom's voice, crisp and businesslike, filled the sudden, stunned silence. "Another 5,000 just came in this morning from the GoFundMe." Dad's chuckle. "People are so gullible. It's almost too easy." The screen changed, showing screenshots of the GoFundMe page. The total climbing, juxtaposed with photos Caitlin had posted of new designer bags. A luxury spa day. More gasps. Someone near the front whispered, "Oh my God!" Caitlin's voice again, smug and cruel. "That new convertible I'm getting with my share of the donations." The faces of my family were masks of abject horror. Mum's perfectly made-up face was contorted in disbelief, then fury. Dad looked like he was about to be physically sick. Caitlin just stood there, frozen, her mouth agape. Mom lunged. "Stop it! Stop that right now!" she shrieked, scrambling towards the projector, but a couple of guests, their faces grim, moved to block her path. It was too late. The audio continued, relentless, Dad's voice discussing the faked hospital letters, Mum's dismissive comment about my dancing career, Caitlin's assertion that I wasn't really going to make it big anyway. Chaos erupted. People were shouting, "Scammers! Liars!" Mrs. Henderson was openly weeping, her face a mask of betrayal. Andres Wallace's camera was swiveling, capturing every horrified face, every damning second. My parents and Caitlin were trapped, exposed, their carefully constructed world crumbling around them in real time, under the glare of their own spotlight. I stood a little straighter, the remote still in my hand, watching the inferno I had ignited. A grim, terrible satisfaction washed over me, cold and clean. Amidst the cacophony, Mom's voice, raw and filled with venom, cut through the noise. She pointed a trembling finger directly at me. You'll pay for this, Hope. You've destroyed this family." As if on cue, the distant, unmistakable wail of police sirens grew louder, closer. Someone must have called them. Justice, it seemed, was already on its way. The arrival of the police turned the chaotic party into a full-blown crime scene. Flashing blue and red lights strobed across the panicked faces in the marquee, painting grotesque shadows on the pristine white fabric. Mum was still screaming, a torrent of abuse aimed at me, at the guests, at the police officers who were now calmly trying to restore order. Dad just stood there, shoulders slumped, his face ashen, looking like a broken mannequin. Caitlin had collapsed into a weeping heap on the grass, her white dress stained, her miracle recovery a forgotten charade. "Mum, if you could please calm down," a policewoman said to Mom, her voice firm but patient. "Calm down," Mom shrieked. "She fabricated evidence. She's trying to destroy us." "We have multiple witnesses and a rather compelling video, Ma'am," the officer replied, gesturing towards Andres Wallace, who was still filming, now with a detective by his side. I handed over the USB drive with the press kit to Andres, who nodded, his expression a mixture of shock and journalistic fervour. The next few days were a whirlwind of police interviews, legal consultations, and media frenzy. Andres's exposé, featuring snippets of my video and interviews with distraught donors, went viral. It was picked up by national news outlets. The story of the kidney scam family was everywhere. My family's carefully curated image was not just shattered, it was obliterated, replaced by one of greed, manipulation, and breathtaking cruelty. Arrests followed swiftly. Mom, Dad, and Caitlin were charged with multiple counts of fraud. The GoFundMe account was frozen, and authorities began the arduous process of trying to claw back the hundreds of thousands of dollars they'd swindled. Their assets were seized. The Lake Cottage dream evaporated. The new convertible was repossessed before Caitlin even got to drive it off the lot. I cooperated fully with the investigation, providing my recording, the documents I'd found, and a detailed statement. It was draining, reliving the betrayal over and over, but necessary. Ezra was a rock, accompanying me to meetings, deflecting intrusive media calls. Willow flew in, offering quiet support and a much-needed sense of normalcy amidst the madness. "Always knew they were a piece of work," she said, shaking her head as we watched another news report detailing their arraignment. "But this is next level." The public reaction was, as expected, intense. Overwhelmingly, people were supportive of me, horrified by what my family had done. Messages poured in. From strangers, from other victims of similar scams, from people who understood the depth of such a profound betrayal. There were, of course, a few whispers online, comments under articles suggesting I was too harsh, that I should have handled it privately. Privately, like they'd handled my kidney donation. Those voices were drowned out by the chorus of outrage against my family. There was an undeniable emptiness in the days that followed the party, once the adrenaline faded. The fire of revenge had burned so brightly, and now, with my family facing the full consequences of their actions, there was a void. The family unit, as I had known it, was gone, destroyed, and I had been the one to light the match. There was a cost to that, a finality in severing those ties, even ties that had become so toxic. No more Christmases, no more birthdays, no more shared history, however tainted, just nothing. Some of the recovered GoFundMe money, after a lengthy legal process, was directed towards my outstanding medical bills. The court recognised me as a direct victim of their fraud concerning my care. It felt strange using their ill-gotten gains for my legitimate needs. I donated a significant portion of what was left to actual kidney disease charities and research foundations, a small attempt to rebalance the scales. My career as a professional dancer was unequivocally over. The physical toll of the nephrectomy, compounded by the emotional trauma, made a return to that demanding world impossible. But as one door closed, another, unexpectedly, began to creak open. I started writing, at first just journaling, trying to process the maelstrom of emotions. Then, encouraged by Ezra and Willow, I began to write my story, not just for myself, but for others. Finding my voice, a new way to express the complexities of what I'd endured. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection and my gaze would drift to the faint line of my scar. It was no longer a symbol of a naive sacrifice for a monstrous lie. It was a battle wound, a reminder of the day I stopped being a victim and took back control of my life, my narrative. The future was still uncertain, a vast, unwritten page. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, it was mine to shape, free from their suffocating shadow. Karma, I reflected, had a funny way of circling back. It might take its time, it might travel a winding path, but eventually it always found its mark. And in the quiet aftermath of the storm, there was a strange, unexpected peace. The peace of justice served, and a new dawn breaking.
One day, I found myself in a situation I could have never imagined. It all started when I took my husband to the doctor for a regular checkup. What was supposed to be a routine visit turned my world upside down. Dr. Lawrence, with a grave expression, shared some shocking news about my husband. The severity in his eyes told me this was no joke. I felt a wave of panic and disbelief wash over me. My husband, who I had cared for through his illness, was now a source of fear and concern. "Doctor," Lawrence urged me to consider my safety, suggesting I might need to distance myself from my husband. His words left me feeling overwhelmed and scared. "My name is Betty Friedan, and I'm a 50-year-old who has dedicated 10 years to working at a leading pharmaceutical company. That place has become my second home, offering comfort and a sense of belonging. Despite my age, I've continued to work full-time, earning the respect and admiration of my colleagues. Not many people my age are still working as I do, but I've never minded. My dedication to my job was partly because I remained single until 4 years ago. My manager, Gerald, and I shared a close bond, partly because we were both single. He once jokingly asked if I was ever going to get married, a comment that could have been taken the wrong way, but I knew it was all in good humor. Around that time, I was secretly seeing Richard, who would later become my husband. Richard was a bit older, previously married and divorced, and like me, wasn't interested in having children. We met through a marriage consultation service, seeking companionship for our later years. Choosing to keep our relationship private, we didn't share our plans with anyone, even as our manager made light-hearted jabs about marriage. Eventually, Richard and I tied the knot quietly, without a ceremony, simply signing the necessary paperwork at City Hall. The simplicity of the process surprised me, but I was excited for our future together. But now, faced with Dr. Lawrence's alarming advice, I was forced to reassess everything. My feelings of compassion for my sick husband were now tangled with fear and uncertainty. Dr. Lawrence's words echoed in my mind, urging me to take action for my own safety. As I stood there trying to process the situation, I realized I needed to make a decision, and fast. The life I had known and the future I had envisioned were suddenly on uncertain ground. I'm La, and my husband Richard works at a factory. To be honest, I earn more than he does. Richard started his job there right after finishing high school. As for me, I grew up in an orphanage and always dreamt of being independent. That's why I didn't want to quit my job at the pharmaceutical company even after we got married. I loved my job too much. When Richard and I tied the knot, I immediately told my manager, Gerald, about it. He congratulated me, but I could tell he had mixed feelings. Maybe he felt a bit lonely because his buddy in singleness, got married first. I tried teasing him about it, but he brushed it off, so I let the matter drop. Despite Gerald's reaction, I was over the moon about starting a new chapter with Richard. I imagined all the wonderful things our future would hold, but reality turned out to be less shiny than my dreams. Life as newlyweds was pretty standard. Not much changed for me. I kept working, and the biggest change was probably moving to a more rural area and commuting by car instead of bus. Richard and I shared my old car because he didn't have one. About a year into our marriage, though, things started to get rocky. Richard began showing signs of depression. He seemed off, hardly eating his breakfast, getting lost in his thoughts, and even getting small things like condiments mixed up. His clothes didn't match, and he became quieter at work and at home. Although I've always appreciated Richard's quiet strength, his silence became too heavy, making it feel like I was living alone. This loneliness crept up on me as I noticed these small but significant changes in him. It dawned on me that Richard might be dealing with a mental health issue. Watching someone you care about struggle without knowing how to help is incredibly hard. I decided to take Richard to a clinic that specializes in mind and body health, where he was diagnosed with depression. I had a basic understanding of depression, but hearing the diagnosis made my world feel a bit dimmer. The doctor explained that the best way to tackle depression is to address its root cause directly. However, pinpointing the exact reason for Richard's depression was challenging. He had been working at the same factory for years without any issues, and nothing significant had changed in his job. If anything, I worried that perhaps our marriage had somehow contributed to his state. During our conversations with the doctor, I assured him that we were living a content life and couldn't identify any direct pressures at home that might have led to Richard's condition. The doctor encouraged us to return if we noticed any changes or had any insights into potential causes of his depression. Despite multiple visits to the clinic, we couldn't find the root cause of Richard's distress. Over time, his depression only deepened. On his worst days, Richard would barely get out of bed, plagued by headaches or calling in sick to work. His appetite vanished, and he lost a noticeable amount of weight. Eventually, he was unable to continue working and had to leave his job. Richard felt terribly guilty for putting all the financial burden on me, but I reassured him that I was okay with working. My primary concern was his well-being. It was tough to see him so affected, and I constantly worried about him, especially when I was at work. There was an incident where he went out and couldn't find his way back home, which made me fear he was battling not just depression, but potentially dementia as well. This possibility added to my stress. When colleagues asked about how things were going, I had to admit that Richard wasn't improving. Seeing someone you love struggle so much without a clear way to help is incredibly difficult. Gerald noticed I was looking particularly worn out one day and handed me an energy drink. Drinking it made me feel a little better, and I was touched by his gesture of support. He reminded me that we're all in this journey together, and his words nearly brought me to tears. With everything going on with Richard, I hadn't realized how much stress I'd been piling up on myself. It became clear that I needed to keep myself together, or else I might break down too. So, I threw myself into work, trying to maintain some normalcy in our lives. 1 years have flown by, and things with Richard haven't improved. In fact, they've only gotten worse. As our 3rd wedding anniversary approached, I couldn't see any light at the end of the tunnel for his condition. Then, one morning, I noticed our car wasn't where it should have been. Confused, I checked again, but the car was definitely missing. Since Richard's diagnosis, I was the only one who drove it. I hadn't used the car since the day before, which meant it should have been at home. Concerned, I asked Richard if he knew anything about where the car might be. He casually mentioned he thought it was there when he got home yesterday. I remembered he had gone out for a bit while I was at work. The doctor had suggested he try walking or jogging to help him cope. If the car was there when he returned, it must have disappeared sometime during the night. With the car gone, I had no choice but to use public transport, which made me about 10 minutes late for work. I explained the situation to Gerald, who was understanding but puzzled about the car's whereabouts. He wondered if Richard might have taken it, but I dismissed the idea. Given Richard's condition and his aversion to driving since falling ill, it didn't make sense. Despite Richard's occasional lapses in memory and frequent mood swings, I couldn't imagine him being responsible for the missing car. The mystery of the car added yet another layer of complexity to our already challenging situation. Right after realizing the car was gone, I didn't waste any time reporting it to the police, hoping it would turn up soon. But deep down, a nagging worry haunted me that it might be gone for good. As if that wasn't enough, something else strange occurred. On the day I was supposed to get my paycheck, I went to the bank to take out some money and noticed that my personal bank account was empty. I was taken aback. We do have a shared account, which I checked next, only to find it was also at zero. This left me completely baffled. Richard and I shared the joint account, but he had no access to my personal account, nor did he know its PIN. Yet, somehow, all our savings had vanished. The cold wave of shock hit me hard, and once home, I confronted Richard. I asked him if he knew anything about the missing funds from our joint account. He seemed genuinely confused and denied knowing anything about it. Considering his state of mind due to depression, I hesitated to press further, fearing it might add to his stress. Richard, with his gaze fixed on the ceiling, seemed distant, lost in one of his frequent dazes attributed to his condition. It made me wonder if he could have actually taken the money. Planning to bring this issue up with the police, I was overwhelmed by the double blow of losing both our car and our savings. The financial pinch was sharp, made worse by my lack of a family safety net, having grown up in an orphanage with no parents to turn to for help. Amidst these troubles, it was suggested that we switch Richard to a larger hospital with more resources than the small community psychiatric clinic we'd been using. The clinic had reached its limits in what it could do for him and recommended a general hospital for better care. They even provided a referral letter. So, we decided to make our first visit to the general hospital, taking a taxi there. The experience was new and a bit daunting for me, and throughout the journey, Richard remained quiet, lost in his own thoughts as we arrived at the hospital. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the hospital, handing over the referral letter at the reception and bracing myself for a bit of a wait. Given it was a bustling general hospital, the lobby was crowded with patients, each waiting for their turn. After around an hour, Richard was finally called in for his consultation. While he went inside, I took out a book to pass the time, but barely had Richard entered the doctor's office when a nurse approached me. "Excuse me, are you Mrs. Simmons?" she asked. I confirmed, and she mentioned the doctor wanted to see me. I was used to discussing Richard's condition, so I assumed it was a similar situation this time and followed her, albeit with a bit of anxiety. The nurse led me to a different room, where I was greeted by a doctor who looked about a decade my senior, with graying hair and a kind demeanor. Before I could even settle in, I asked if this was about Richard's condition. He nodded gravely, and I prepared myself for potentially bad news. The doctor's next words took me completely by surprise, however. He urged me to distance myself from my husband, revealing that Richard had been arrested for fraud 10 years ago. My mind spun with confusion. Why was this coming up now, during a routine medical visit? The doctor explained his suspicions about Richard's depression, suggesting that he might be pretending. He recounted recognizing Richard from a surgery 10 years ago, where he had treated a deep cut on Richard's leg. The revelation was jarring. Here I was, thinking we were addressing Richard's mental health, only to discover his hidden past and a possible deception about his current state. This unexpected turn of events left me reeling, trying to reconcile the caring husband I knew with the person the doctor described. When the doctor mentioned recognizing a large scar on Richard's right leg, everything started to make sense. I knew of the scar but never knew its origin, as Richard had never mentioned it. Learning that the doctor before me was the one who had treated Richard's injury years ago felt like an unbelievable twist of fate. The story unfolded further when the doctor revealed that Richard had injured himself during a dispute with his former wife, a dispute that arose because he had swindled her. He had stolen her luxury items and money. Shockingly, he had also feigned dementia during that time, manipulating his wife into lowering her guard before committing the fraud. This pattern of pretending to be ill to facilitate his deceit was appalling. Hearing about Richard's criminal past and his arrest was staggering. I hadn't looked into Richard's background before marrying him. Being alone most of my life, I was just happy to find someone willing to be my partner. The doctor's stern warning that Richard could be a danger to me sent chills down my spine. There was a seriousness in his tone that made it clear this was no laughing matter. The realization hit me hard I had been deceived. In the days that followed, I struggled to act normal around Richard while secretly planning my next steps. I decided to set up surveillance cameras around our home to watch Richard's activities when I wasn't there. About a week later, I noticed a missing watch and bag. Reviewing the camera footage, I saw Richard leave the house with them and return later with a wad of cash, looking suspiciously pleased with himself. His demeanor did not match that of someone suffering from depression. This footage confirmed my worst fears. Richard was behind the theft of my belongings, the car, and our savings. Facing the hard evidence of his deceit was crushing. Richard had lied to and manipulated me, betraying the trust I had placed in him. It was clear that I needed to take significant action against someone who had pretended to be vulnerable and in need of care, only to exploit my compassion and generosity. The realization that Richard had betrayed my trust was unbearable. I had dedicated my life to working and caring for what I thought was a sick partner. A mere divorce felt too insignificant a response to the depth of deception I had endured. It was clear we needed to part ways, but I wanted more than just a separation. I wanted Richard to truly understand the gravity of his actions and to make amends for the harm he had caused. With a heavy heart and tears threatening to spill, I gathered the divorce papers and meticulously filled them out with all the necessary details. The following day, pretending everything was normal, I informed Richard I'd be stepping out briefly. I had already taken a day off from work, explaining the urgency of my situation to my employer, who had agreed to my sudden leave. At the police station, I presented my case, showing the officers the footage I had captured of Richard's deceit. Initially, they were hesitant to proceed based solely on the video. However, after verifying with the pawn shop, where Richard had sold the stolen items and locating my car being sold as a used vehicle, the evidence against him began to mount. It was also confirmed that he had unlawfully accessed my bank accounts, and suspicions about his feigned depression were raised. As the truth unraveled, I was overwhelmed by a complex mix of relief and sorrow. The police decided to act swiftly, given Richard's criminal history, and prepared to arrest him. Returning home with the officers in the early afternoon, I found Richard at home, visibly startled by my unexpected presence and the sight of the police. Despite the divorce papers in my hand, his attention was fixed on the officers as one of them declared his arrest for fraud. Richard protested, claiming his depression as a defense. But I knew better. The doctor from the general hospital had already shed light on the likelihood of his deceit regarding his mental health condition. In that moment, facing both the legal consequences of his actions and the end of our marriage, Richard's facade began to crumble. The decision to take this course of action was difficult, but necessary to protect myself and seek justice for the betrayal and manipulation I had endured. On my recent visit to the hospital, a doctor recognized Richard from his past actions. He shared that Richard had once feigned dementia to trick his former wife and expressed doubts about Richard's current claims of depression. Despite these serious accusations, Richard remained unshaken in front of the police, dismissively denying everything. It was as if his history of deceit had prepared him for this moment, showing no sign of guilt or remorse. Richard challenged us, demanding proof of his fraudulent actions. His boldness was baffling. especially with the police right there, ready to arrest him based on solid evidence. It was a clear indication of his habitual manipulation and his underestimation of the situation's seriousness. For 4 years he had lied to me, taking advantage of my trust to steal from me and misuse my goodwill. Yet, in a twisted turn of blame, Richard suggested it was my fault for being too trusting, insulting me further. His audacity was astounding. I had supported him, hoping for his recovery, only to be repaid with betrayal and scorn. In that moment, my patience vanished. I declared my intention to seek legal advice and pursue alimony, urging him to face the consequences of his actions at the police station. My outburst surprised even the officers, but it seemed to shake Richard's composure finally. As the police handcuffed him, Richard's defiance crumbled. He looked defeated, his arrogance replaced with frustration as he was led away. Watching the scene, I felt detached, as if observing someone else's life unraveling. Since the doctor's warning, nothing seemed real anymore. Yet, here I was, facing the harsh truth of my situation, determined to move forward from the chaos Richard had created. Watching Richard being led away by the police felt surreal, almost like a scene from a dream. This moment marked a turning point, allowing me to envision a return to my life before the chaos of marriage engulfed it. Though a sense of relief washed over me knowing I wouldn't spend my future under Richard's manipulative control, a wave of loneliness followed. Having waited more than 47 years to marry, the prospect of solitude once again cast a shadow over my newfound freedom. 2 months later, our divorce was finalized. The process had been slightly delayed due to Richard's arrest, but by the time everything was official, my emotions had settled, enabling me to reflect on our shared history with a clear mind. Richard's future was uncertain, facing imprisonment for his second offense. I could only hope this experience would lead him to sincerely reconsider his choices. In the wake of our marriage, which had dissolved into nothing more than a disillusioning memory, I found myself pondering my next steps over a simple lunch at work. It was then that my boss, Gerald, approached with a casual yet loaded comment as he joined me with his store-bought hot dog lunch. "I think you'd be just fine if you were with me," he remarked, almost offhandedly. His words caught me off guard, and it took a moment for their full weight to sink in, leaving me momentarily flustered. "Yes, I'm serious," he added, seeing my hesitation, his tone smooth yet sincere. I was speechless, my lunch momentarily forgotten as I processed his proposition. Gerald then returned to work, leaving me to contemplate his unexpected offer in a daze. The idea of a romantic relationship with Gerald had never crossed my mind. Yet I couldn't deny the care and stability he had always shown me. His steady presence and responsible nature suddenly cast him in a new light, despite my initial reaction to evaluate such matters. As I continued eating, the seeds of possibility Gerald had planted began to take root, suggesting a future I hadn't dared to imagine until now. The thought of inviting Gerald out for a meal after work sparked a warmth within me, kindling a sense of hope for the future. Perhaps this was the perfect moment to embark on a new journey, to explore the possibility of happiness and companionship once again. The idea of stepping out of my comfort zone and into a new beginning with someone who had shown me kindness and support felt both thrilling and comforting. Tonight, I decided, could be the start of something new and beautiful.
Hannah is really cute. The moment the door opened and I heard her name from James' voice, I froze. I was wondering who it might be, and hearing her name confirmed it. It was my sister, Hannah. Jamie kept calling out to Hannah repeatedly. Shivering, I suddenly came to my senses. I knew I had to record what was happening, so I used my phone to capture the moment and then quietly left. Later, when the two of them came out of the bedroom and saw me, they looked really shocked. I told them I had sent the video to Kevin and we needed to talk about what to do next, all 4 of us together. At this, Hannah looked even more scared. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Just what I said," I replied, holding up my phone. "I've got the video. My name is Sandra. I'm a 50-year-old housewife with twin boys in 6th grade. Twins run in our family. I have an identical twin sister, Hannah. We never really felt like sisters, but more like rivals. Growing up, I was always compared to Hannah. She was always seen as the cute and friendly one, while I was shy and quiet. Because of this, people naturally paid more attention to her. Even though we were rivals, I truly loved Hannah. She was always smiling and popular, something I wished I could be. But Hannah didn't feel the same way about me. When we were kids, I always ended up with the roles in games that nobody else wanted. For instance, whenever we played tag and had to choose who was it by playing rock, paper, scissors, Hannah would pressure me into being it so she wouldn't have to. I had no choice but to agree. Hannah's tricky ways weren't just during playtime. In 6th grade, we were picking roles for a school play about Snow White. I wasn't much of an actress and wanted to be the narrator, but I got a cold and missed school on the day they gave out the roles. Hannah said she would tell the teacher I wanted to be the narrator. I trusted her and felt relieved. However, when I came back to school, I found out I was the lead role. "Why am I the lead?" I asked a friend, shocked. "Hannah said you wanted to be the lead," they replied. I was stunned. I never said that. It turned out that as we were getting older, no one else wanted the embarrassing role of Snow White. So they chose me, the quiet girl who wasn't there to say no. The teacher thought it was strange I wanted the lead since I was usually so shy. Hannah had told the teacher, she wants to but she's too shy to volunteer. Let this be a chance for her to shine. I cried, insisting I couldn't do it and didn't want to. But all the other roles were already taken. With pressure from teachers and parents, I went through with it. Surprisingly, the play was a hit. Everyone praised me, teachers, parents, friends. But Hannah wasn't happy. She said anyone could have done that, and getting praise for such a small thing was silly. She began to really show her dislike for me. After that, she stopped asking me to play with her. It hurt at first, but then I realized I was free from being pushed into roles I didn't want. I made other friends and started to enjoy school. In middle school, many didn't even know Hannah, and I were twins. We became so distant, hardly speaking at school and not looking alike at all. We asked to be in different classes, and I was enjoying my own life. Then one day, as I was studying for high school entrance exams, Hannah came over. "Studying? Have you decided which high school you're applying to?" "Yeah, I'm thinking of going to the newest high school. It's close to our house and quite competitive. I had been working hard for 5 years because I really wanted to get into a particular high school. But when Hannah heard about my choice, she laughed. "Hey, that high school? You've got to be kidding, right? Why don't you just go to high school with me? It sounds like you wouldn't even need to study much for that." Hannah always seemed to get her way, but I didn't want her making decisions about my high school too. For the first time, I stood up to her. "I've decided to go to a high school. You don't know if it's impossible for me. If you don't want to study, that's fine, but don't get in my way." I turned back to my textbook, but Hannah was upset by my response. "That tone to your older sister?" she said angrily, then grabbed my textbook and threw it on the floor. "What are you doing? Even if you study, it's a waste. You know you're destined to be my slave and go to high school with me." That day, we ended up fighting physically. Our parents heard the noise and came to separate us, but by then, my textbook was torn to pieces. More than that, my heart was broken by hearing Hannah's true feelings about me. I realized she just saw me as a target for all the unpleasant things. But I didn't give up on studying. Luckily, my parents got me a new textbook. With their support, Hannah no longer interfered with my studies, and I was able to focus and successfully got into my chosen school. Hannah, as she had initially said, barely studied for the exams and went to high school. We went to different high schools, attended different universities, and started our careers. As an adult, I began living on my own, and that's when I met a man named James. James and I were hired at the same time and felt a closeness because we were from the same area. When he asked me out, I felt like I was dreaming. "I actually like you, Sandra. I'd be happy if you'd go out with me," he said. Hearing those words made me incredibly happy. I had feelings for James too, but I had never had the courage to admit such feelings openly. I wasn't pretty like Hannah and hadn't really dated during my school days, so it was hard to believe that James felt the same way about me. Being in a relationship for the first time made me really happy. Since we started dating, I've tried my best to make him happy by cooking meals and preparing lunch boxes for him. James began visiting my apartment more often, and we started living almost like a couple. "Sandra, I'll cook dinner tonight," James would say. It wasn't just me doing things for him. James helped a lot with the housework. Doing chores together was fun, and I began to think we could be a good married couple. 5 years into our relationship, we decided to get married, which made me very happy, but one thing worried me. "You're a twin, right? I'd like to meet your sister," James brought it up. Over the 5 years we were dating, I had told him about having a twin sister, Hannah, but I had never introduced him to her. I hadn't even told her about having a boyfriend, since our big fight in middle school had driven a deep wedge between us. "Yeah, that's right. But we're getting married, so it's inevitable that Hannah and James will meet." I was anxious about how Hannah might react, but I knew I had to introduce them at some point. When I finally called Hannah after a long time, she seemed surprised by my news. "Married? Since when?" She raised her voice. I had told my parents, but it seems Hannah hadn't heard about it yet. "Yeah, and I want to introduce you to the man I'm going to marry." I'm busy, you know." "Well, if you insist, I guess I could meet him." Hannah was as condescending as ever. So I asked her to make some time for us. Hannah hadn't changed since we were kids. I figured I had to be the adult and humble myself. We went back home to meet Hannah on her day off. James suggested we all have a meal together with our parents, so we arranged to meet at a restaurant. On the day, we went to the restaurant, but Hannah was late. "Hannah's late. I thought she said she'd be on time." "Sorry, James. Don't worry about it. She'll show up eventually." "Let's just wait a bit longer," I said. Both my parents and I felt bad for keeping James waiting. 15 minutes past the scheduled time, Hannah showed up in a flashy dress. "Sorry, did you wait?" "We did. What's with the outfit?" "Well, it's kind of like a meet and greet, right? Thought I'd dress up." I was frustrated with Hannah for being late, especially since she took extra time to dress up. Our parents just smiled a bit, but I wish she had messaged us about being late. I felt like it was immature for an adult, but I kept quiet to avoid any issues. We introduced Hannah and James to each other. Hannah made several rude comments during their first meeting, asking James many personal questions about his time with me, as if it were an interview. Despite our parents trying to stop her, Hannah kept going, saying she wanted to know what kind of man I was marrying. James was nice about it and answered her questions. By the end of the meal, I was really tired. James then mentioned how different Hannah and I were, calling her always smiling, good at conversation, and cute. He even joked if I'd met her first. I was shocked because I had told him I was uncomfortable around Hannah. His comment hurt me. "Why don't you marry Hannah then? She even said you were handsome," I snapped back. James quickly apologized, saying it was just a joke and he was happy to have met me, not Hannah. He tried to make light of it by saying Hannah was nice and that we shouldn't be jealous of each other. We should get along as a family, now that we're adults. Although I had my doubts, I knew our parents wanted Hannah and me to get along. But I wanted James to be on my side, not pushing me to be closer to Hannah. Still, arguing seemed too much trouble, so I just nodded along to what James said. A few days later, Hannah messaged me, "Isn't James too good for you? Should I take him off your hands?" I was upset by her message. "What are you talking about?" I replied instinctively, and she called me immediately. Hannah insulted me over the phone and laughed, saying it was unbelievable that someone as plain as me would get married before her. She said James was high-earning and well-educated and asked why not hand him over to her since we were twins and had always shared everything. I yelled back at her, telling her not to say stupid things. I couldn't stand James being treated like an object, nor the idea that we always shared everything. In reality, I was always just someone for Hannah to dump the things she didn't want. That night, I told James about the call, warning him to be careful around Hannah. However, James took it lightly and laughed it off, saying it was nice to be liked so much and not to worry because Hannah wasn't serious. I was frustrated because he didn't seem to understand the potential seriousness of her words. "Do you doubt my feelings? It's okay because I say it's okay," he reassured me. Despite him being a great person, I felt like James had changed after meeting Hannah. He would always defend her just because she was my sister, which left me feeling dissatisfied. But James told me not to worry so much and believed that nothing Hannah could do would affect him. Realizing I was unsettled by her words made me see that I hadn't fully trusted James. He was right. I decided to trust him and ignore Hannah's spiteful messages. Fortunately, Hannah didn't interfere with us anymore, and I hoped we could become good sisters and have a happy married life. Years went by, and after I turned 45, my parents told me that Hannah had gotten married. I had blocked her and wasn't in contact, though we occasionally saw each other at our parents' home. Hannah would insult me, being nearly 45 and still unmarried. She seemed resentful and was avoiding me. I was surprised to hear she got married, as she was quite picky, but I was genuinely happy for her. When I learned that Hannah had married, I realized how harsh I had been when she got married only after I did. Later, through my parents, Hannah apologized to me, and we started communicating again. Indeed, Hannah had changed, becoming much calmer than before. It was as if she had returned to the Hannah I once loved. I never thought the day would come when Hannah and I could laugh together again. I was very happy when Hannah introduced me to her husband, Kevin, who was about 6 years older than us. He seemed to really care for Hannah, which made me feel reassured. After we both got married, Hannah and I became closer, and our parents were very happy to see us getting along. I wanted to make up for the time we had spent apart. Then, a few years later, something happened. I became ill at work and had to leave early. I tried to inform James, but he was out on business, so I left a message with a colleague and went straight home. As soon as I entered the house, I felt something was off. It felt like someone was inside, even though the house was supposed to be empty. I thought it might be a burglar. I quietly entered and listened closely. I could hear noises and voices coming from the bedroom. Standing silently in front of the bedroom, I recognized James's voice. The nature of his voice made my heart sink. It was clearly the sound of an intimate moment, and the creaking of the bed confirmed my fears. I didn't need to see inside to know what was happening, and my hands trembled. Thinking James was cheating, I decided to catch him in the act. I carefully opened the door with my smartphone in hand, ready to record. What I saw inside the bedroom was even more shocking. Hannah is really cute, isn't she? I heard James's voice clearly as the door opened. Hearing him say her name, I froze. The female voice was indeed Hannah's. James kept foolishly repeating Hannah's name. Trembling, I recorded the scene and quietly left. I sat in the dining area in shock for a while. I was supposed to be home early because I felt unwell, but the shock made me forget my illness. I just stared blankly at my phone, waiting for this nightmare to end. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened. "I'll head back to work now, so lock up," said a voice. "Okay, it'd be nice if we could live together soon," another voice responded. Hearing this, I hurriedly stood up. Noticing the noise, James and Hannah saw me in the hallway. "Sandra, why are you here?" James exclaimed, turning pale. "Why? This is my house, right? But why is Hannah here? Aren't you both supposed to be at work?" I asked. Hannah looked away for a moment, but then smirked defiantly. "Why do you think? You wanted it from my own mouth, didn't you?" James tried to stop her, but Hannah wouldn't be silenced. "I've always hated how you look down on me. Happiness and James don't suit you." Hannah declared she'd take everything. I just smiled and replied, "Is that so? Then I'll let you have James, Hannah, but don't think you can take my happiness." Hannah seemed annoyed by my comeback and glared at me. I spoke directly to her. "Yeah, I sent the video to Kevin. Let's discuss this with the four of us soon." Hannah's face turned pale instantly. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Just what I said. If you want James, Kevin should know about this, shouldn't he?" Hannah lunged at me, but James tried to calm her down. Just then, the smartphone in Hannah's bag rang. At the sound, Hannah froze. "Looks like Kevin's calling, isn't it?" I said. Hannah hesitated and looked at her bag, but she didn't answer the call. The room was silent except for the sound of the phone. After a while, it stopped ringing, and then my phone rang. "Sandra, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive Hannah. Can you cover for her with Kevin? If not, Hannah will lose everything," James said, trying to protect her. Hannah started sobbing next to him, like she was the victim. I knew Kevin was not only Hannah's husband, but also the president of the company where she worked. If Kevin found out about her cheating, he might start divorce talks, and she could lose her job. I said, "I can't cover for her." James, as usual, defended Hannah, which infuriated me. Thinking Hannah is the only one who's going to lose her family and job is a huge mistake, I shouted, making James flinch and start sweating. He seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. "Just so you know, I've also sent the video to the company's main email, including your department and name," I told them. By then, Kevin's call had ended, and James and Hannah looked desperate. After kicking them out, I called Kevin. "Sorry to disturb you at work." "It's about the video, right?" he asked gently. "Yes, it involves James," I replied. "I'm sorry for asking this of you," Kevin said. He had felt something was off with Hannah. It might have been plausible for the old Hannah, but the current Hannah truly loved him. I didn't think she would cheat, and I had conveyed as much to Kevin, but just in case. Kevin had asked me to gather evidence if Hannah did something questionable. That's why I was able to film so calmly. Please don't apologize. I'm glad I could capture evidence of James' unfaithfulness. If you hadn't asked me, I probably wouldn't have thought to do it so calmly, I told Kevin. I admitted to him that it was shocking to find out about an affair, especially with my own sister. I had every right to be angry. "My sons will be home soon, so let's talk another time," I said to Kevin and hung up. Tears flowed endlessly, but for my sons and for my future, I knew I had to be strong. That day, I carried on with my usual routines, and after the kids had settled down for the night, James came home. "Were you with Hannah?" I asked him. James, clearly in a bad mood, snapped back, "I got called into HR because of you. The decision on my punishment will come later. What are you going to do about this?" The way James turned the blame on me, making me out to be the villain despite his actions, almost made me laugh. Crying over such a man was a waste of time. "There's nothing to be done. Do as you please. You understand the situation, right? If we divorce, I'm taking the kids. Still want to divorce." His attempt to use our sons as leverage was pathetic, and I told him so. "What are you talking about? You think you'll get custody after likely losing your job? Divorce is a foregone conclusion. Stop being ridiculous," I said. James had nothing to say. Of course, getting caught in adultery during work hours, dismissal seemed inevitable. Was he still so clueless about the gravity of his actions? If so, then he's incredibly foolish. "I'll be leaving tomorrow," I told him. "Wait a minute, can't we consider starting over? Can't you forgive just one affair?" James, now taking a submissive stance, began apologizing. "Just one time," I asked back. According to Kevin, Hannah's behavior had been odd for several months. Given Kevin's job mostly involves being out for sales, there's a good chance she might have been returning home like this just one time. James responded weakly, his eyes darting around from the lack of confidence in his answer. It was clear it wasn't just once. It felt ridiculous to pursue it any further, so I dropped the subject. The next day, I told my sons about James's unfaithfulness. They are in 6th grade now, old enough to understand that hurting and betraying others is wrong. I apologized for having such a serious conversation with my sons during this sensitive time in their lives. They said they wanted to talk it over alone and went to their room. After just a few minutes, they came out with their bags packed and said, "We're on your side, Mom." I couldn't help but cry. The boys laughed and comforted me as I apologized again. Then we went back to my parents' house. My parents were shocked when they heard about Hannah and James's actions. Despite being happy that Hannah and I become close as sisters again, I felt sorry. Hannah hasn't changed after all. I'm sorry for always making you endure her. We'll keep our distance from Hannah and James to the bare minimum, Dad said, and I felt relieved. From that day, I started commuting to work from my parents' home. James, perhaps on suspension, didn't come to the office but called me multiple times instead. Ignoring him as I didn't have time to deal with it, he began to send messages day and night. "I love you, Sandra. Let's live happily as a family of 4 again." I was insane. I was just deceived by that woman. "I don't know how to live without you, Sandra." These were what you'd call desperate pleas. I was almost fooled for a moment, but thanks to my sons laughing uproariously at those messages, I realized how ridiculous they were. However, I couldn't ignore him forever. Eventually, I had to meet him to sign the divorce papers. I made plans to meet James at a cafe on my day off, following Kevin's advice to meet in a public place to keep the conversation calm. When Kevin and Hannah arrived at the cafe together, Hannah had become so thin in just a few days she looked like a different person. "Now both Hannah and James, please sign the divorce papers," I said. They hesitated to sign. James said, "It's a misunderstanding, Kevin. It's your choice to divorce, but we won't." "You're still saying that. My sons and I no longer consider you family," I retorted. Kevin sighed deeply and said, "You could go to court, but it's clear you'll lose, considering the alimony and legal fees for the divorce trial. Can you afford it? Of course, you both betrayed your families. Hannah to me and Sandra James, you'll have to pay us a proper settlement in the divorce trial," I added. Hannah started trembling silently. Her silence and weight loss now made sense. "I might be fired. How can I pay?" James began to argue, looking pale. "You did this to yourself. Besides, you owe child support for both kids, right?" I said. At my words, Hannah flinched. "You wanted to live together, right? You're welcome to have the house." I laughed loudly. "And don't forget the mortgage payments." James was taken aback, probably having forgotten about the mortgage. Both sat sweating, pale and silent, in front of the divorce papers. Later, Kevin introduced me to a lawyer, and I managed to claim alimony and legal fees and finalize the divorce. James, who had resisted the divorce so much, proposed to Hannah immediately after our divorce was finalized. I knew he had liked Hannah from the start. When did their affair turn serious? Hearing this, I felt nothing but disdain. Meanwhile, Hannah, who had genuinely loved Kevin, was abandoned and eventually lost her job too. Why did she end up with James despite loving Kevin so much? Remaining puzzled, I asked Kevin about it. He hesitated before revealing. "Actually, she started complaining about you a few months ago. Complaining about how you, who were useless, got married and even have kids. It's extravagant," he explained. Could it really be because of that? I wondered, but considering Hannah's personality, it wasn't impossible. Yet the thought that she went to such lengths just to set me up was horrifying. "It was because I thought you might be in danger that I consulted you, Timothy, but I never imagined it would lead to this with James. I'm truly sorry," Kevin said apologetically. "It's okay, it's over now, and James is to blame for taking up Hannah's invitation as well," I replied. That concluded our conversation. Kevin and I agreed to keep in touch for updates on the divorce compensation and legal consultations. According to him, the two, burdened with a substantial amount of divorce compensation, ended up marrying and living together. Hannah was abandoned by her parents and had nowhere else to go. It seemed she reluctantly accepted James's proposal because she had no family left. From what the lawyer told me, Hannah couldn't accept that she ended up divorcing Kevin and marrying James, whom she didn't love because of me. The lawyer mentioned getting hurled with abusive language every time he called her. While I felt sorry for the lawyer, he continued to support me firmly, perhaps because of Kevin's presence, and I couldn't be more grateful. For a while, we'll still have to make calls to demand the divorce compensation, and it seems 6 years after the divorce, the compensation and child support were being paid on time, and I had largely healed from my emotional wounds. One day, after a long period of peace, the lawyer contacted me saying Hannah had something urgent to discuss. Knowing her, I expected she would just use the meeting to vent her frustrations at me, so I initially refused. However, Hannah insisted it was urgent, and James also requested a meeting on her behalf. Given their persistence, I reluctantly agreed, but I didn't want to meet them alone. I contacted Kevin, feeling somewhat guilty for doing so after such a long time, but he gladly agreed to accompany me. At the cafe, James and Hannah looked serious. When Hannah saw me, she looked slightly relieved. "What's this about? Why did you call me here?" I asked. Hannah then revealed, "Actually, I've developed renal failure and need to undergo dialysis." James angrily blamed us, saying, "It's your fault, both of your faults, that Hannah ended up like this. She couldn't sleep without drinking alcohol, and because of the divorce settlement pain, she had to work. Your actions have destroyed her health." I thought it was their own doing, and Kevin seemed to agree as he sighed and looked exasperated. "So what? I'm not reducing or refunding the divorce settlement. Be thankful I agreed to installments," I stood firm. Hannah, crying, lowered her head and pleaded, "I'll pay the divorce settlement. Please, I'm begging you, give me a kidney." "What?" I exclaimed loudly at her outrageous request. "What are you talking about? There's no way I'll give it to you." James then said, "You were born a twin with Hannah for this reason. You have a duty to help her." "What are you talking about? Who has been pushing all the unpleasant things onto me? Did Hannah ever help me once in such situations?" I retorted, "Don't talk about trivial matters. Hannah's life is at stake here," James angrily retorted. Hannah began to cry and plead, apologizing, while James insulted me as heartless, pressuring me for the transplant as if threatening. At that moment, feeling as though I was being blamed, Kevin spoke up, "If she needs dialysis, then undergo dialysis. Do you understand how tough dialysis is, and do you understand how difficult a transplant is? Why should she risk her life for Hannah?" Their words left them speechless. I felt relieved with Kevin's support and took a deep breath. "Moreover, Hannah, you've repeatedly called Sandra useless. Isn't it too convenient to ask for help only when you're in trouble? But that's Hannah for you. You've destroyed Sandra's happy life. Sandra has no obligation to save your life," Kevin pointed out. Hannah broke down crying, and James was at a loss for words. Both of them must have thought that I would surely give them a kidney. If I had been alone, I might have been persuaded. Once again, Kevin saved me. "Take care then. Oh, and don't forget the transfer for this month's payment," I said, then got up and left. Whether I'm called heartless or a devil, I cannot forgive them. I don't know what kind of life they will lead from now on, but I hope they never forget what they did and reflect on it. It seems James and Hannah were both working part-time to make ends meet, but now that Hannah can no longer work properly, their financial situation is dire. But that's their karma. Everything is the result of their actions. Their atonement won't end until they've paid the compensation ordered in the divorce settlement. I continue to live happily with my parents and sons. My parents no longer even mention Hannah's name. However, it seems they are happy to see the twins getting along well. It's comforting to see a bond between my sons that Hannah and I never had. I continue to keep in touch with Kevin frequently. He's a genuinely good person, always thoughtful and considerate. It appears he has developed feelings for me, but I'm not ready to reciprocate them at this time. I don't want to cause any more upset for my sons, but in a few years, when they come of age, I hope to have the chance to think about my own happiness again.
I'm looking forward to a trip with my friends, and I'm planning to use your credit card for it. Suddenly, Gary called me out of nowhere. I had noticed that he'd been coming home late for the past few weeks. He was secretly talking to Deborah on the phone and seemed nervous at home. I wondered if he had been planning something all this time. I had a feeling that Gary and Deborah might be up to something together. Luckily, I was ready for anything. Maybe I should act surprised when he mentions it. What do you mean by mine? I asked for clarification. I already knew Gary was planning to leave for a trip today. Honestly, it's hard to believe. If he thinks he can deceive me, I wish he had made a better plan. I had been patient up until today, but now I felt a strong desire to retaliate. There's no way I didn't have a plan for revenge. It's time to stand up to those annoying siblings after being patient for so long. I'm sure everything will become clear after today. I hope they enjoyed their trip, not knowing that one of their travel companions is working with me. My name is Marie Ferleo, and I'm 31 years old. I live in a house with my husband, Gary. Right after finishing high school, I started working at the company I'm still with today. After gaining some experience and being recommended by my boss, I earned several certifications. In this company, certifications and a solid track record mean you're valued highly. I got a leadership position at the age of 19, which was quite young for such a role. Even though it was just a lead position, I secretly hoped to become at least a department head one day. After a while, a few new employees joined the company, including Gary. Even though I'm younger than him, I hold a higher position at work. I was tasked with training 3 new employees, including Gary. Marie, you're about the same age as us, aren't you? He asked. And you're already a supervisor. That's impressive. Yes, I'm probably a year younger or so, I replied. I've been working here since I left high school, so I've gathered quite a bit of experience. Gary often praised my early career planning, which was flattering. Eventually, he began showing interest in me, and although I was hesitant at first, I found myself falling for him. Our relationship developed in a typical fashion, enjoying dinners out and drives until we decided to move in together. Living with Gary, I noticed his untidy habits, but thought it was his way of being comfortable around me, so I didn't fuss over it. After some time, Gary proposed, and I accepted. We then started to plan our future together. Gary suggested, I'd like you to quit your job and stay at home. I'll work, and you can take care of the house. We should also start thinking about having kids soon, and I'm eager to buy a house and plan our wedding. How about we go for wedding house, then kid? What do you think? Gary, your plan sounds nice, and I'm not too concerned about the order, but we need to think about our finances, I responded. I don't intend to leave my job, even with kids in the picture. We should be flexible. Buying a house might put a strain on our budget. I understand, he said, but it bothers me that you earn more. I was hoping we could get a house right after the wedding. That might be difficult, given our financial situation. Let's focus on managing the wedding and house for now and consider children later. We'll decide on my job then. All right, let's do that, Gary agreed. Inwardly, I didn't want to quit my job, but I felt I had to propose this compromise to keep the peace. At our engagement party, I met Gary's family, but his sister Deborah was away and only attended the wedding. She barged into the bride and groom's room, looked me over, smirked, and remarked, "So, Gary chose you. A bit plain compared to his exes, huh? I'm Deborah, your sister-in-law. I'm someone who's straightforward with family, so just a heads up." I'm Marie. Nice to meet you," I said, introducing myself. Deborah gave a casual wave and exited the room, leaving me quite surprised by her blunt demeanor. It was clear from the start that my sister-in-law was a character all her own. Later, I met Deborah's husband, who seemed like a genuinely nice person. The wedding ceremony went smoothly, and Gary and I eventually purchased a house we both loved. With life getting busier, I dedicated more effort to my job. One day when I was busy, the doorbell rang. Gary went to answer it and returned, laughing and chatting with Deborah, who had decided to visit unexpectedly. "Hey there, Marie. Gary's doing pretty well, huh? Owning such a big house. That's good for him, being my little brother and all." "I've been working hard," Deborah remarked, making herself comfortable. "Marie, do we have any snacks or something? My sister's here, so let's be quick," Gary urged, his tone off-putting. I sensed a change in Gary's attitude. He seemed to puff himself up in front of his sister, likely implying he was solely responsible for buying our house. Although I contributed to the down payment and mortgage, Gary insisted on having the house titled in his name. At the time, it seemed inconsequential whose name was on the deed, but his portrayal of the situation to Deborah bothered me. Nevertheless, I chose to keep the peace and not stir up trouble. "Here are some snacks. Gary really puts in a lot of effort, you know," I mentioned. "Why does Marie sound so authoritative?" "She's not the boss or anything," Deborah commented. "Well, actually, I am Gary's supervisor at work," I corrected her. "Oh, is that so? I might not have mentioned that. Marie was already a manager when I started. She's been working since she dropped out of high school, so it makes sense," Gary chimed in, somewhat dismissively. "Wait, you dropped out of high school? You seem so dedicated, yet you're less accomplished than me," Deborah provocatively said. "Is there an issue with me dropping out of high school?" I asked. "Not really. But, Marie, since you didn't graduate from high school and I'm your sister-in-law, I guess I can ask you for anything, right?" Deborah suggested, misinterpreting the dynamics. "That's true," Gary agreed, emboldening Deborah's stance. "Marie, whatever my sister says goes. If you don't agree, I'll have to ask you to leave the house," Gary threatened, escalating the situation unnecessarily. The conversation with my sister-in-law and her brother left me baffled. Why would Deborah think she could demand anything from me just because I didn't finish high school and she's related by marriage? And the threat of being kicked out over it sounded absurd. Was this some kind of joke? I managed a polite smile and made my escape to the kitchen, but I could still catch Gary's voice, indicating they were serious about their strange assertion. Soon after, Deborah followed me into the kitchen with a request. "Hey, Marie? I need a favor. Can I borrow about $5,000? That's quite a bit of money. What do you need it for?" I asked, surprised by the boldness of her request. "It's just $5,000. You have a good job, right? I need it to finish paying off some renovation costs," she replied, as if it wasn't a significant amount. "But didn't you just show off your new condo?" I questioned. Deborah brushed off my query and insisted, saying Gary had agreed to lend her the money and directed her to me. Why would Gary promise something like that without discussing it with me first? I wondered aloud. Deborah then threatened to mess with my job unless I complied. "Fine, I'll lend you the money, but we're making a promissory note for it. And bring an ID with a photo when you come to get the cash," I stipulated, wanting to ensure I had a written agreement. Deborah begrudgingly agreed, showing up the next day with the required identification. Despite her complaints, I knew having a promissory note was crucial. This whole ordeal was eye-opening regarding how much Gary was influenced by Deborah. It seemed like standing up to her wouldn't have made any difference. Later, I discovered Deborah spent the borrowed money on luxury items. After the initial loan, she became more brazen, borrowing up to $12,000 in total. Each time, I insisted on a promissory note. Just when the situation seemed to spiral, I was called into the boss's office. Not for a reprimand, but for a surprise promotion from supervisor to manager. I was absolutely thrilled. Rushing home to share my big news with Gary, who had taken the day off, I burst through the door. "I'm home. Gary, guess what?" "Welcome back, Marie." "You look really happy. What's up?" He greeted me. "I just had a meeting with my boss, and you won't believe it. He offered me the position of department manager. I've always dreamed of climbing up to head manager, so this step is huge for me." "Wait, what? You're getting promoted?" Gary's confusion was palpable. "Did you accept?" "Of course I did. Haven't I mentioned my ambitions to you before?" His reaction took me by surprise. "You think I should have asked for your permission?" But I've always wanted to keep my career. And as for not being promoted yourself, that's something for you to address. Shortly after, Gary made a call, presumably to his sister, because she showed up not long after. So, you think you can just snatch Gary's chance at a promotion? She accused. I haven't snatched anything. Promotions at our workplace are merit-based, I explained. But she retorted, suggesting I was belittling Gary. Before I knew it, they had taken my bank card from my purse. Despite my attempts to stop them, I was outnumbered and could only watch as they left, laughing. Left alone, tears started to form. Regret filled me. I should have seen the warning signs. It was clear what I needed to do next. Find a reputable divorce attorney. Gary didn't come home that night. At work the next day, he approached me with a grin, bragging about their extravagant meal funded by me. Handing over the receipt, I was shocked to see a $1,500 charge from a high-end barbecue place, along with $4,000 from luxury bars. I wanted to confront him right there, but with more colleagues arriving, I bit my tongue. Heading home, I checked my bank account and was stunned to find $10,000 missing. The reality of my situation was clearer than ever. I needed to take decisive action. When I returned home, I couldn't hold back my frustration. Gary, how could you justify spending $8,000 of my savings on luxury outings? That was money I saved before we were even together. His response was dismissive. Just got home and you're already on my case. That money? Not sure what you're talking about, and it's too late now. It's already spent. With that, he escaped to the bathroom, leaving me fuming and more resolved than ever to end our marriage. I sought legal advice over the weekend, and in the weeks that followed, I started the divorce proceedings. Gary's behavior didn't change. He kept coming home late and rushed out whenever he had a day off. Just as I considered hiring a detective, I received a call from Scott, Deborah's husband. Hi, is this Marie? He asked. Yes, this is she. It's unusual to hear from you, Scott. I was wondering, is Deborah there? No, she's not. Why do you ask? She's been returning late and leaving early on weekends, claiming she's at Gary's. I was just checking. That's odd. Gary's been acting similarly. Honestly, I stopped caring about what they do, I confessed, feeling detached from the situation. Scott seemed concerned. I've had enough too. I've thought about divorce, but haven't been able to go through with it. I shared my story with Scott about the money I lent Deborah and everything else. He expressed sympathy and mentioned he was close to his breaking point with Deborah. Scott, maybe we should use what's happened as evidence. It sounds like we're both in unfair situations. Let's take a stand against their selfish behavior, I suggested, hoping to empower both of us to act. Scott agreed, and we discussed collaborating on our respective divorces. He then mentioned something odd about Deborah urging him to take a long vacation, and I recalled seeing travel brochures and club cards in a shelf Gary was secretive about. After finding these items, it dawned on me they were likely planning a trip together. Scott, it looks like they might be planning a getaway. I just found travel brochures and some club cards in a place Gary told me never to look, I informed him, piecing together their probable plans. Discovering some travel brochures sparked an idea in me. I shared my plan with Scott over the phone, and he laughed, agreeing to join in. We decided to coordinate our actions via text messages and concluded our conversation. I also sent him some potential evidence that might help with his divorce, and we carefully planned our next moves. 2 weeks later, on a day pre-informed by Scott, Gary left the house early in the morning. A few hours after his departure, he called me, boasting about having a blast with his sister and friends on my account. His recent pattern of late returns and secretive phone calls with Deborah had already raised my suspicions. I decided to feign ignorance to see how far he would go. Your card? What are you talking about? I played along, confused. You seriously didn't notice? We've been planning this trip for a while. Scott was our backup. You've become too proud, and we thought it's time to teach you a lesson, Gary retorted, confident in his scheme. His words left me emotionless, my patience replaced by a resolve for retribution. What was that about my debit card earlier? I inquired. I have my card here, I stated, pretending to be confused. That's impossible. Here's the card. Wait, what? Gary stammered, realizing something was wrong. That's a fitness club membership card, Gary. Did you mix them up? I couldn't help but reveal the trick. Scott, listening in on speakerphone, chimed in. So it was a plan concocted by Deborah and you? I'm utterly disappointed. Actually, I switched the cards last night, I confessed. Looks like you didn't double-check this morning and just assumed. Gary, caught in his own trap, sputtered in disbelief. What are you playing at? I should be asking you that, I shot back. Don't get too smug just because you think you can outsmart us. Gary's failed attempt at using my supposed debit card, only to find out it was a fitness club card, marked a turning point. His plan, fueled by arrogance and the belief in an easy victory over me, crumbled. This incident, a minor victory in the grand scheme of things, was a reminder of the importance of staying vigilant and prepared, especially against those who underestimate your resolve. I had a little surprise in store for Gary and Deborah upon their return. I've got gifts waiting for both of you when you get back, I teased, knowing full well the twist I had planned. You think gifts will make up for this? I only want cash, Gary retorted, thinking he could sway me with demands. We'll see, I said, adding a touch of mystery to my voice. Look forward to it. Ignoring their subsequent request for money, I ended the call and went to sleep, brushing off Gary's threatening message with a simple, "Is that so?" The next afternoon, my phone was bombarded with missed calls and messages. I first reassured Scott, then tackled Gary's relentless pleas for money. It's freezing here. We're in Ketchikan of all places, in March. Help! Their discomfort was a clear sign my plan had succeeded. You were counting on Scott, weren't you? Too bad he's on his way back here. Not stuck in Ketchikan with you. Confusion and desperation seeped through Gary's response. What do you mean? Scott's not here? Exactly, I confirmed. While you were busy plotting with Deborah, Scott and I joined forces. He's already boarded a plane back. The revelation left them stunned, and I ended the call with a clear message. Now, find your own way back. See you? I then prepared for the inevitable confrontation upon their return, organizing a final meeting with my lawyer to discuss the divorce. I anticipated Gary and his group's outrage, ready to face them with calm determination. As expected, upon their return, Gary and his friends stormed in, demanding explanations and threatening me with eviction. But when Scott, usually the peacemaker, raised his voice, commanding them to sit down, they were taken aback. This unexpected assertiveness from Scott marked a turning point, establishing a new dynamic that would shape our next steps. The lawyer wasted no time in distributing his business cards to Gary and Deborah, who appeared utterly bewildered by the gesture. Well, here's a special gift from us, Scott and I announced, presenting them with a stack of documents. Their confusion turned to shock as they skimmed the papers. Wait, this is about dividing property. You're not suggesting divorce, are you? Gary stammered, disbelief written all over his face. It's exactly that, a divorce, I clarified as their faces drained of color. This has to be a joke, right? Deborah attempted a laugh, looking for support from Scott, who was already heading towards the door. I've documented everything, including the call Gary made from their so-called vacation, Scott revealed, his tone serious. It's beyond clear what you've done, and I cannot go on like this. Both Gary and Deborah tried to protest, but their attempts were feeble and unconvincing. I'm entitled to half of the down payment we made on the house, the remainder of the mortgage, and the reimbursement of the savings you squandered from my single days, I stated firmly. Deborah tried to deny borrowing money or accessing my savings, but her denial crumbled when I mentioned the promissory note. Their desperate attempt to destroy evidence, Gary crushing the recorder and Deborah ripping up the document, was met with calm responses from Scott and me, explaining the futility of their actions. Even if you destroy that recorder, the data's still safe on my computer. And Deborah, that wasn't the original document you tore up, I said, revealing their short-sightedness. The claims we laid out were substantial. Gary was billed for $125,000, covering emotional damages, the down payment on the house, and miscellaneous expenses with an additional loan repayment due. Deborah faced a bill of $26,000, including the loan she acknowledged with a promissory note and miscellaneous expenses. Scott's claim against Deborah was even more significant, amounting to $110,000 for the distress she caused him and the reckless spending, all without touching assets like condos. As reality sank in, Gary and Deborah could do nothing but cry, realizing the severity of their situation and the consequences of their actions. This wasn't just a threat. It was a firm stance against their irresponsible and selfish behavior, marking a turning point for all of us. I suspected that Gary and Deborah might consider suing, given their history of rash decisions. But our sharp attorney had cleverly included a clause in the settlement documents essentially saying, if you try to sue, you'll definitely lose. No lawyer will take your case, and you'll only end up spending more money. Focus on repaying your debts instead. This tactic ensured we could resolve everything without stepping into a courtroom. After settling the matter, I collected my things and left our shared home behind. Surprisingly, news of the ordeal spread through my workplace, leading to Gary being transferred to a different branch, a move that likely saved both of us from further awkward encounters. Not long after, Gary reached out with a message that was both desperate and hopeful, suggesting we try to mend our relationship and insisting he had changed. Similarly, Deborah tried to persuade me to reconsider, hinting at the possibility of living together as if that could magically resolve the deep-seated issues between us. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. I had made up my mind. Firm in my decision, I blocked them, cutting off any chance for them to sway me. Scott, who'd become a friend and confidant through this ordeal, shared that he too had received and ignored similar pleas from Deborah. One day, a drive past my old house revealed it was on the market, a clear sign that Gary and Deborah had managed to make the repayment. Since I had blocked all communication with them, their current situation remained a mystery to me. In the meantime, I moved on with my life, purchasing a condo and diving into my work, which soon paid off with a promotion to regional director, a goal I had long aspired to achieve. Scott and I began to spend more time together, discovering a surprising ease and compatibility in our interactions. Something about our dynamic just felt right, hinting at a budding relationship that was different from anything I had experienced before. Life after the divorce unfolded beautifully, affirming my decision to leave a toxic situation behind. As for what developed between Scott and me, that's a story for another chapter 1 filled with promise and new beginnings. I was enjoying a peaceful life, content with a stable job that paid well. My world was turned upside down one day when my credit card company called to inform me about a suspicious $50,000 charge on my account. I was utterly taken aback by this news. I acted swiftly to stop the charge, and in the aftermath, my husband, who was then overseas, bombarded me with phone calls. With some effort, we managed to clear up the confusion. My name is Alexis. I'm 27 years old, and I've climbed the career ladder to become a manager. My journey began in college, where I met Paul, my husband, who is of the same age. This year marks our 3rd wedding anniversary. Many of my acquaintances chose to leave their jobs upon getting married, but I had compelling reasons to continue working. Despite societal norms, I am the primary breadwinner in our household, earning more than my husband. This fact is an unspoken element of our marriage, yet it looms large in my mind. I often ponder our financial stability, concerned that relying solely on my husband's earnings might not secure the future we envision. Nonetheless, it's clear he shares these concerns, even if we seldom discuss them directly. In our relationship, financial independence is key. We maintain separate finances, equally splitting household expenses, a system that affords me the freedom to manage my discretionary income as I see fit. This arrangement has fostered a sense of satisfaction and has contributed significantly to our comfortable lifestyle. However, there are moments that prompt me to reconsider our expenses. One such instance occurred while I was reviewing my email notifications on the train home, frowning upon seeing a debit alert. It served as a reminder to reevaluate my ongoing subscriptions, contemplating the necessity of each. Yet, the task of managing these financial obligations often falls by the wayside, complicated by forgotten passwords and the daunting prospect of navigating customer service hotlines. The restricted availability of these services, confined to standard working hours, does little to ease the situation, creating a paradox for working individuals like myself who find it nearly impossible to reach out during these times. Despite these hurdles, I find solace in the small pleasures of life, like online shopping. It serves as a brief escape from the pressures of work, with the arrival of each parcel bringing a fleeting moment of joy. Yet, these moments of happiness are quickly overshadowed by the realization of the need to manage my finances more prudently. The comfort of returning home always brings a sense of relief, a reminder of the stable life we've built together, despite the occasional financial folly. When I walked into the living room, I immediately felt annoyed. Socks were scattered on the floor, empty cans were on the table, and there were a phone and a sweatshirt on the sofa. Yes, this was my husband's doing. He tends to leave a mess everywhere after he gets home. I couldn't help but complain about the socks and cans. He just shrugged it off, saying it was easy to clean up, and I could just do it if I was home early. Why couldn't he help clean or make dinner? He complained about being tired and having to eat convenience store food. I was tired too, but I argued that if he wasn't going to help around the house, he should at least focus on his work. He didn't take my frustration seriously at first, but I could tell he was annoyed when he repeated his dismissal. He left the room, glued to his phone and ignoring my glare. It felt unfair that I was doing more work in housekeeping. Yet, I wondered if I had been too harsh. I worried he might become even more careless just to spite me. Surprisingly, my words seemed to have an effect. He started coming home late, claiming he had overtime work. It seemed like he was trying to change. I was so pleased that I began to put even more effort into the housework, thinking I should support him since he was busy. One day, I came home early and decided to tidy up his room, which he hadn't cleaned in a while. It was a mess, just as I expected, with empty cans and bottles everywhere. I was about to throw them out when I noticed something unusual on the bed, a gift-wrapped package. I couldn't clearly make out what it was at first, so I decided to shine a light on the mysterious object. It turned out to be a bag from my favorite brand, beautifully wrapped and just sitting there, partially hidden. The realization hit me, could this be a surprise birthday present? My birthday was just around the corner, the following week, to be exact. A flicker of excitement passed through me, but I quickly suppressed it, choosing to act as if I hadn't seen the package. I wanted to keep the surprise intact, assuming my husband had planned to give it to me on my special day. However, my much-anticipated birthday came and went without any mention of the package. I couldn't help but bring up the subject, half in jest, half in hope, asking my husband if he remembered what day it was. His reaction was one of brief surprise followed by an awkward acknowledgement of my birthday. But when I prodded him about a celebration or a gift, his response was dismissive, almost as if gifting was an obligation fulfilled in the past and not to be bothered with again, especially now that I was old enough. His words stung more than I cared to admit, and he retreated to his room, leaving me in a mix of confusion and disappointment. The situation took an even more peculiar turn when, out of the blue, my husband announced he was scheduled for an overseas business trip the following week. This was unprecedented. His job had never required travel before, let alone an international trip. He attributed this sudden opportunity to his recent good performance at work. Under normal circumstances, I would have been supportive, even happy for him. However, the unexplained birthday gift and his nonchalant dismissal of my birthday had planted seeds of doubt in my mind. On the morning of his supposed departure, I watched him leave, my heart heavy with a mix of emotions. Once he was gone, I couldn't resist the urge to investigate further. I ventured into his room, a place I hadn't stepped into since the day I discovered the hidden gift. My heart raced as I looked under the bed where the gift had been, only to find nothing. The absence of the package confirmed my suspicions. There was more to the story than he was letting on. This wasn't about a business trip. It was something else entirely. Dragging myself to work that day felt like moving through molasses. My thoughts were elsewhere, caught in a loop of doubts, fears, and unspoken questions about my husband's actions and intentions. I struggled to concentrate, my work suffering as a result. My colleagues noticed my distracted state, inquiring if everything was okay. I brushed off their concern with a weak excuse about lack of sleep, not willing to share the turmoil swirling inside me. Amidst this inner chaos, my phone vibrated with an incoming call from an unknown number. Normally, I would ignore such calls, but given the day's earlier revelations and my heightened state of anxiety, I felt compelled to answer. Maybe it was intuition or perhaps desperation for any piece of information that could shed light on the situation. I picked up the phone, my heart pounding in anticipation of what or who awaited on the other end. I had to step out for a bit and press the button to answer my phone in the hallway. It was the credit card company calling. I started worrying it wasn't my husband calling and realized I would have to share my password and other details. I wondered what they wanted, and the person on the phone quickly explained. They were calling because my account showed more than $20,000 spent, actually $50,000. I couldn't believe it and panicked, thinking there was no way that was right. I hurried back to my desk to check my wallet, but it was missing along with the credit card that should have been inside. I got back on the phone and asked if I could stop the transaction. Luckily, it was still pending, so they said I could stop it. I felt a bit better, but knew this wasn't the end of it. I told them I didn't have my card and asked them to treat it as if it were stolen. The person agreed to start the process right away. Even after hanging up, my heart wouldn't calm down. I told my boss I was feeling sick, that my credit card might have been stolen and misused, and I needed to leave early to sort things out. My colleagues and boss were concerned and let me go home. Rushing to catch the train, I saw my husband had called me many times, almost as if he had something to do with this mess. I got home, tossed my bag aside, and went straight to my husband's room. I opened his computer to check his search history and saw luxury cruises and travel packages for couples at the top. I wasn't supposed to know about any trip. I checked the destination and realized this was the business trip he mentioned. It was clear it wasn't a business trip at all. I looked through my emails and found it a booking confirmation with the name Mario on it. Who is this woman? I was so angry I nearly broke the keyboard, but I forced myself to look for more proof. My phone kept ringing, driving me crazy. I remembered the password the credit card company gave me, so I logged in to check my spending history. As I looked through it, my shock grew. There was a charge I didn't recognize for a fancy bag. Everything clicked. Paul had used my card to buy something for his mistress, Anne, and even took her on what he claimed was a business trip. Frustrated and angry, I finally answered my constantly ringing phone. My husband was on the other end, complaining about the card not working. I confronted him about Anne, and he stumbled over his words, claiming he didn't steal the card but borrowed it for convenience on his business trip. I questioned him about the so-called business trip and mentioned the luxury cruise. He tried to dodge the question, but I pressed on about Anne and the bag. He tried to act confused, but I laid out everything I knew: the cruise, the couple's travel package, the $50,000 spending, and the payments to Anne using my card. Hearing all this, my husband could only repeat, "I understand," as if finally realizing the gravity of the situation. After he admitted to cheating and awkwardly apologized over the phone, pleading for me to reactivate the credit card so he could return home, I felt a mix of anger and disbelief. His assumption that a simple apology would erase his betrayal was absurd. I sharply told him to enjoy his indefinite stay at the resort, effectively ending our relationship with that phone call. Ignoring his attempts to continue the conversation, I hung up. His persistent calls soon followed, each ringtone amplifying my frustration until I decided to block his number, seeking some peace from the incessant buzzing. Knowing his return flight was scheduled for noon in 3 days, as per the booking confirmation email he never intended for me to see, I sprang into action. These 3 days would be pivotal. My first task was daunting but necessary. I began the process of removing all my belongings from our shared home, severing the physical ties that bound us. The following day, armed with divorce papers and his computer, which contained undeniable evidence of his infidelity, I visited his parents. The revelation of their son's actions left them both furious and deeply apologetic. Their immediate response was supportive. They assured me of a swift divorce, a generous alimony of $145,000, and reimbursement for the expenses their son had wastefully incurred. As the day of his supposed return arrived, I received confirmation from his parents that the divorce papers were processed. They shared that, apart from the illicit credit card expenditures, he had not taken any money. The other woman, having learned of the entire fiasco, was enraged. In a fit of anger, she changed her ticket to leave for Singapore before him, leaving him stranded. It puzzled me why she hadn't taken more drastic measures, like taking his passport to further complicate his return. When he finally arrived back in Singapore, he was greeted by the stark reality of an empty home and a disconnected phone number mine. In desperation, he sought solace at his parents' house, only to be met with severe reprimand. They insisted he sign the divorce papers, officially ending our marriage. Complicating matters further, the woman now demanded from him a repayment of the $50,000 she presumably felt entitled to, given their affair and its lavish expenditures. His parents, once again, had to cover this amount, but with the stipulation that he repay them in full. Until then, his lifestyle was significantly curtailed, much like that of a strictly supervised teenager, complete with a 9 p.m. curfew. In the aftermath, armed with the necessary details from his parents, I pursued legal action against the woman for $7,000, seeking some form of restitution for the role she played in this ordeal. With that final act, I concluded this tumultuous chapter of my life, ready to move forward, free from the deceit and betrayal that had ensnared me. The next day, I went back to work. A lot of my coworkers, both my seniors and juniors, showed they cared about me. They asked, "Hey, are you okay? I'm here to listen if you need to talk." It made me feel thankful to work with such kind people. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Let's grab a drink sometime, my treat. It'll be like a venting session, I suggested. They agreed, and it felt good to let out everything that happened while we shared some drinks. It was like I was washing away all the bad memories. I ended the night feeling hopeful, thinking that from now on, only good things would come my way. Yes, that's right, I told myself, feeling optimistic about the future. Alexis.
I never thought I'd be the type of woman to sell a house from under my husband's feet. But then again, I never thought I'd become a stranger in my own home either. Funny how life works out sometimes. My name is Gwendolyn, and this is the story of how I lost everything to gain myself back. It started 3 months ago when Rocky's family showed up on our doorstep with their belongings stuffed into garbage bags. I was in the middle of a work call when the doorbell rang. There they stood, Alyssa clutching her designer purse, Ernest avoiding eye contact, and Griffin smirking like this was all some cosmic joke. "We've been evicted," Alyssa announced, chin held high as if she were announcing a promotion. "Rocky said we could stay here until we sort things out." I muted my call. "He what?" "Oh." Alyssa's perfectly plucked eyebrows arched. "He didn't tell you?" That night, Rocky and I had our first real fight in 2 years of marriage. "They're my family," he pleaded, those warm brown eyes that once made me weak, now making me wary. "It'll just be for a little while, a month, tops." I should have known better. I really should have. The first week wasn't terrible. I worked from home 3 days a week, so I watched as they settled in. Alyssa commandeered the guest room. Ernest and Griffin took over the basement. And slowly, surely, their possessions began to spread like an infection throughout my carefully curated home. "Honey," Alyssa called out one afternoon while I was preparing lunch, "your kitchen organization is so interesting. Mind if I rearrange things? Make it more functional?" Before I could respond, she was already emptying my cabinets. I watched as she relegated my grandmother's china to the highest shelf, replacing it with her own mismatched plates. "There," she said, dusting her hands. "Much better. You'll thank me later." Griffin treated the house like his personal hotel. Empty beer cans littered the coffee table, pizza boxes stacked in corners. When I asked him to clean up, he'd laugh. "Relax, sis. You're too uptight." I wasn't his sister. I wasn't anything to them except an inconvenience with a mortgage. 2 weeks in, I came home to find Alyssa had redecorated the living room. My modern minimalist aesthetic was buried under floral throws and tacky figurines. "Just brightening things up," she said, not looking up from her phone. "This place was so cold before. Rocky, when he was home, seemed to shrink into himself. He'd kiss me quickly, avoid my eyes, and find reasons to stay late at work. The few times I tried to discuss the situation, he'd deflect. "They're trying their best," he'd say. "Mom's looking for work. Dad's got some leads." But I never saw them looking at job listings. Instead, Alyssa spent her days watching reality TV at full volume while I tried to work. Ernest wandered the house like a ghost, and Griffin treated my car like his personal Uber service. The breaking point came exactly 1 month in. I was hosting a virtual meeting with my team when Alyssa barged into my office, my sacred space, without knocking. "We need to talk about the grocery situation," she announced, loud enough to be heard by everyone on my call. I muted myself. "I'm in a meeting." "This is important. We're out of organic almond milk, and Griffin needs his protein powder. Also, the cleaning service you use is subpar. I found a better one. Bit more expensive, but—" "I'm in a meeting," I repeated, feeling something crack inside me. She waved dismissively. "We should just change the deed. You barely live here anyway, dear." The words hung in the air like poison. I forced a smile, but something shifted inside me. Something cold and calculating woke up. That night, I lay beside Rocky, listening to his steady breathing. Downstairs, I could hear Griffin's video games, Alyssa's shrill laugh at some late-night show. This house, my sanctuary, had become a prison. "Rocky," I whispered, knowing he was awake. "Are they really looking for their own place?" He rolled over, away from me. "They just need time." Time. That's what everyone needed, apparently. Everyone except me. I got up quietly and went to my office. Opening my laptop, I typed a quick email to my friend Selena, a real estate agent. "Need to discuss something important. Can we meet tomorrow?" Her response came quickly. "Of course. Everything okay?" I looked around my office, the only space still truly mine, and thought about Alyssa's comment about the deed, about Rocky's silence, about the slow, steady erosion of my peace. "No," I typed back, "but it will be." The next morning I found Alyssa in my bathroom, hogging the mirror as she applied her makeup. My makeup, actually, the expensive kind I saved for special occasions. "Oh good, you're up," she said, not moving an inch. "The hot water's been running a bit cold. You should call someone about that." I stood in the doorway, toothbrush in hand. "I need to get ready for work." "Just 5 more minutes, dear." She started curling her hair. "You know, at my age, it takes a bit more effort to look presentable. Not that you'd understand yet." 40 minutes later, I finally got into my own bathroom. The counter was littered with open containers, and my favorite lipstick was nowhere to be found. At work, I met Selena for coffee. She took one look at my face and said, "Spill." "They're taking over," I said, stirring my untouched latte. "It's like I'm living in their house now, not the other way around." "Have they contributed anything? Rent? Utilities?" I laughed bitterly. "Alyssa said they're between situations right now, whatever that means." "And Rocky?" "Keeps saying it's temporary, but yesterday—" I hesitated. "Yesterday Griffin took my car without asking. When I brought it up, Rocky said I was being selfish. Selfish. In my own home." Selena leaned forward. "Girl, you need to set boundaries. Or better yet, get them out." "How? They're family." "No." Selena's eyes narrowed. "They're parasites, and I can help you with that if you're ready." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Rocky. "Mom's making dinner tonight. Don't worry about cooking." I returned home to find my kitchen in chaos. Pots and pans everywhere, flour dusting every surface, and the distinct smell of something burning. "Oh, there you are," Alyssa called out. "We needed a few things, so I used your credit card. Hope you don't mind. Rocky said it was fine." My credit card. The one I kept in my dresser drawer. "You went through my things?" "Don't be dramatic," she waved dismissively. "We're family. Now be a dear and set the table. Use the nice plates, the ones I reorganized." During dinner, Griffin burped loudly and dropped his fork. Sis, get me another one? I'm not your sister, I said quietly. The table fell silent. Rocky cleared his throat. Gwen, no, I stood up. I'm not your sister, I'm not your maid, and I'm not your ATM. See? Alyssa turned to Rocky. This is what I was telling you about. So ungrateful. After we've tried so hard to make this house a real home. I left the table and locked myself in my office, hands shaking as I texted Selena. What did you mean by help? Later that night, I overheard Alyssa and Rocky in the kitchen. I stood in the shadows, listening. She thinks this is her house. Alyssa's voice dripped with disdain. Ha! She pays the mortgage, but we own him. Rocky's response was too quiet to hear, but his silence said everything. I backed away before they could notice me, bumping into Ernest in the hallway. For a moment, our eyes met. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then looked away and shuffled past. The next morning, I found a note on my car. Borrowed it again. Be back later. Griffin. I called an Uber to work, using the ride to compose myself. My colleague Taya noticed something was off. You okay? She asked during lunch. You seem different lately. Just family stuff, I said vaguely. Family can be tough, she nodded. My cousin stayed with me once, took months to get rid of her, had to get creative. Creative. The word stuck with me. That evening, I came home to find Alyssa had invited her book club over. 8 women I'd never met were scattered across my living room, drinking my wine, eating my food. Oh, Gwendolyn, Alyssa called out. Come meet everyone. We were just discussing making this a weekly thing. Your house is perfect for hosting. I smiled. Not the forced smile I'd been wearing for months. A different smile. A dangerous one. Actually, I said, I need to make a call. Business stuff. You understand? In my office, I pulled up Selena's number. My hands weren't shaking anymore. Is the offer from that investor still on the table? I whispered. The cash buyer? Yeah, they're still interested. Why? I looked at the family photo on my desk. Rocky and me on our wedding day, before everything changed, before I became a stranger in my own home. Because, I said, it's time to get creative. Sunday morning, family breakfast. The tension in the air was thick enough to spread on toast. I'd spent the week watching my bank account drain faster than usual. Shopping trips I never approved, restaurant deliveries I never ordered, and a mysterious charge for a golf membership, courtesy of Griffin, no doubt. I think, I said, cutting through the sound of clinking silverware, we need to talk about finances. Alyssa paused mid-bite. Oh? It's been 2 months. The utilities have tripled. The grocery bill is astronomical, and none of you have contributed anything. Rocky shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Griffin snorted into his orange juice. Well, Alyssa set down her fork with practiced precision. We're family. Family helps family. When Rocky was growing up, I'm not talking about Rocky's childhood, I interrupted. I'm talking about now, about jobs, about responsibility. Ernest suddenly became very interested in his coffee cup. Rocky started to say something, but Alyssa cut him off with a laugh that could freeze hell. You're just the ATM here, dear. Your opinion doesn't really matter. The words hit like a slap. Rocky stared at his plate. Griffin smirked. Ernest's coffee cup shook slightly. I stood up slowly, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. Excuse me? Oh, don't be so sensitive, Alyssa waved her hand. We all know our roles here. You make the money, we make this house a home. Speaking of which, I've been thinking about remodeling the kitchen. Those countertops are so dated. My voice came out eerily calm. You want to remodel my kitchen? Our kitchen, she corrected. Rocky, tell her about the contractor I found. Rocky cleared his throat. Mom has some great ideas, honey, and since you're always at work anyway? I walked out of the room before I could say something I'd regret. Or maybe something I wouldn't regret enough. In my office, I called Selena. They want to remodel my kitchen, I whispered, afraid they might hear. They called me an ATM. Jesus, Selena breathed. And Rocky? Sided with them. Again. The investor I mentioned, they can close in 2 weeks. Cash deal, no questions asked. I closed my eyes, remembering the day I bought this house. Before Rocky, before any of this. I'd been so proud, so independent. Send me the paperwork. That afternoon, I drove to my bank and opened a new account. As I transferred most of my savings, the teller gave me a concerned look. Everything okay, ma'am? Just being careful, I smiled. Family, you know? When I got home, Alyssa was showing a contractor around my kitchen. My kitchen. The one I'd saved for years to renovate myself. Oh, good, you're back, she beamed. We're thinking marble countertops. Nothing but the best for our family, right? I nodded, watching as she gestured grandly around my space, making plans for my money. Rocky appeared behind her, looking pleased. Mom's really got an eye for design, he said proudly. She sure does, I replied. Always knows exactly what she wants. That night, I lay awake listening to the house breathe. Griffin's video games downstairs, Ernest's snoring from the basement, Alyssa's late-night phone conversations about her renovation plans. My phone buzzed. A text from Taya. Weird question. Isn't your brother-in-law Griffin? Saw him on a dating app saying he's temporarily crashing with friends while saving for his own place. Thought you should know. I got up and went to my office, pulling out the paperwork Selena had emailed. The investor's offer was more than fair. All cash, quick close, no contingencies. My phone buzzed again. Alyssa had added me to a group chat. Kitchen renovation dreams. I muted the chat and started filling out the forms. My hands were steady now, my mind clear. As I signed my name on page after page, I thought about Alyssa's words at breakfast. Just the ATM. Well, this ATM was about to go permanently out of service. I worked through the night, scanning and sending documents to Selena. At dawn, I heard Alyssa in the kitchen, probably planning more changes to my home. Morning, dear, she called out as I passed. I've been thinking about the living room next. That modern art of yours is so cold. I smiled. You're right, Alyssa. Changes are definitely coming. She beamed, missing the edge in my voice. I knew you'd see things our way eventually. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door. Rocky was coming down the stairs. Where are you going so early? He asked. Just running some errands, I said. Don't worry about it. As I pulled out of the driveway, I saw Alyssa in the window, already measuring for new curtains. 2 weeks, I thought. Just 2 more weeks. Then we'd all learn exactly whose house this was. The for sale sign lay flat in my trunk, covered by a blanket. Selena helped me plant it in the backyard at midnight, angled so it couldn't be seen from the house. The buyers want to see it tomorrow, she whispered. Can you get everyone out? Leave that to me. At breakfast, I announced, I'm treating everyone to the new water park tomorrow. My company gave me passes. Oh, how generous, Alyssa said, eyeing me suspiciously. But I have my hair appointment. And I've got plans, Griffin added, not looking up from his phone. Perfect. While they were out, the buyers walked through my house. They loved it. No contingencies, no inspection needed. Just like Selena promised. We can close in 10 days, the husband said. I signed the papers in my car, parked 2 blocks away. My hands didn't shake at all. That evening, I started phase 2. I rented a storage unit and began moving things out piece by piece. Small things at first. Photo albums, important documents, my grandmother's jewelry. Spring cleaning? Rocky asked, noticing some empty spaces. Just decluttering, I smiled. Your mother's right. We need to make some changes. He beamed, kissing my cheek. I'm so glad you're finally coming around. At work, Taya stopped by my desk. Hey, about that dating app thing. What about it? Griffin's profile. It says he's been staying with friends for 6 months. But hasn't he been living with you? I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Tell me more. She pulled up the profile on her phone. There he was, my brother-in-law, claiming he was between places and staying with buddies while his investment property finalizes. Investment property. With my money, no doubt. That night, I made a show of packing a weekend bag. Girls' spa weekend, I announced. I need some me time. But what about the kitchen samples? Alyssa protested. The contractor's coming Monday. You handle it, I said sweetly. You have such good taste. I checked into a hotel 10 minutes away and waited. Selena's text came at midnight. Deal closed, money wired. I ordered champagne from room service and watched the city lights blur through my tears. Not sad tears, relief tears, freedom tears. The next week was a dance of deception. I hired movers to come during the day, telling Alyssa they were delivering new furniture. Instead, they quietly packed my remaining belongings into unmarked trucks. Where's that painting going? Rocky asked one afternoon, catching a glimpse of wrapped canvas. Being reframed, I lied smoothly. Surprise for your mother. He hugged me. You're amazing, you know that? I let him hold me, remembering when his embrace felt like home. Now it felt like handcuffs. Griffin caught me boxing up kitchen items. What's with all the packing? He asked, suspicious. Just organizing, I said. By the way, how's that investment property coming along? He paled slightly but recovered quickly. What investment property? Oh, my mistake. Must be thinking of someone else's dating profile. He left the room quickly after that. The final piece fell into place when Alyssa announced a family dinner at her favorite restaurant. To celebrate our new kitchen plans, she declared. Gwendolyn's treating, of course. I watched them pile into their cars, heading to the restaurant where they'd find no reservation and a maxed-out credit card. By then, I'd be gone. The new owners arrived with their moving truck as my family's taillights disappeared around the corner. Right on schedule. Keys? The husband asked. I handed them over, along with a detailed list of my in-laws' belongings. Everything not on this list is yours to keep or dispose of. And the people living here? They'll be gone tonight, I assured him. One way or another. I helped the movers pack up what remained of the Dean family's possessions, placing everything in garbage bags on the curb, just like how they'd arrived 3 months ago. My phone buzzed. Rocky. There's no reservation. Mom's furious. What's going on? I didn't reply. Instead, I sent one final text to Selena. It's done. Standing in the driveway, I watched the new owners change the locks. My heels clicked against the pavement as I walked to my waiting Uber. Behind me, I heard cars approaching, my family returning from their failed dinner. I didn't turn around. Let them find the new owners. Let them find their belongings on the curb. Let them finally understand what it feels like to be unwelcome in a place you thought was home. The Uber driver glanced at me in the rearview mirror. Rough night? I smiled, watching my old life disappear in the side mirror. No. Perfect night. My phone kept buzzing. I turned it off. The ATM was closed for business. The day before everything ended, I decided to host one final dinner. A last supper, if you will. I wanted to remember every detail, every smug smile, every casual insult. I wanted to burn it all into my memory to remind myself why I had to do this. I cooked all day. Pot roast, Alyssa's favorite. She hovered in the kitchen, criticizing my technique. The meat's too tough, she said, poking at it. I would have done it differently. I'm sure you would have, I smiled, thinking of the signed papers hidden in my purse. Griffin sprawled on the couch, feet up on my coffee table. Hey, sis, beer me. I brought him one, watching him add another ring stain to the wood. It didn't matter anymore. None of it did. We should talk about the backyard, Alyssa announced during dinner. Those flower beds are an eyesore. I'm thinking we could tear them out, put in a koi pond. Sounds expensive, I said, sipping my wine. Well, you work so hard. She smiled that serpentine smile. You deserve nice things. We all do. Rocky beamed. Mom's got great vision, and since you're never home anyway. I watched him choose his mother over me for the 1,000th time. The last time. Speaking of home improvements, Ernest spoke up, rare for him. We should host a family cookout next weekend. Show everyone what we've done with the place. Wonderful idea, Alyssa clapped. We can invite my whole book club. Gwendolyn, dear, you'll handle the catering? I nodded, wondering what they'd be doing next weekend when reality crashed down around them. After dinner, I went upstairs to pack away the last personal items. Our wedding photo caught my eye. Rocky and me, young and stupidly in love. I wrapped it carefully in tissue paper and placed it in a box marked Donations. What are you doing? I turned to find Rocky in the doorway. Just organizing, I said, the lie smooth as silk on my tongue. Your mother's right. Time for changes. He hugged me from behind. I knew you'd come around. Mom says you've been so much more agreeable lately. I let him hold me, remembering when his touch felt like safety instead of chains. Downstairs, Griffin was on his phone laughing. This place is practically ours now, he called out to no one in particular. I raised my glass. Let's make this a weekend to remember. Later that night, I found Ernest alone in the kitchen. You're different, he said quietly. Calmer. Am I? He studied me. Whatever you're planning, just remember, actions have consequences. I know, I said. I've been living with the consequences of other people's actions for months. He nodded slowly, understanding in his eyes. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. In bed, Rocky snored beside me while I made my final preparations. Text to Selena. Everything ready for tomorrow? Her reply came quickly. Movers confirmed for 2 p.m. New owners arriving at 3. You sure about this? I looked at Rocky, remembering our first date, our wedding, the life I thought we'd have. Then I remembered his silence, his cowardice, his choices. Yes, I typed back. I'm sure. Morning came too quickly. I made breakfast one last time, watching them eat, listening to their plans for my house. Their house, as they saw it. The contractor's coming Monday, Alyssa reminded me. We'll need your credit card again. Of course, I smiled. Anything for family. I left for work early, my real destination the hotel where I'd watch it all unfold. As I backed out of the driveway, Rocky waved from the porch. Love you, he called out. I waved back, wondering if he'd ever loved me more than he feared his mother. At noon, my phone exploded with notifications. They'd returned early from their errands to find strangers in their house. My house, not their house anymore. Alyssa, what have you done? Griffin, WTF is happening? Rocky, baby, please answer your phone. Ernest, I understand. I turned off my phone and ordered room service. By now, they'd be standing on the curb with their belongings in garbage bags, just like they'd arrived. By now, they'd be realizing that the ATM had not just closed, it had disappeared entirely. I took out the manila envelope containing the divorce papers and hotel voucher for Rocky. One night only, just enough time to realize what he'd lost. Actions have consequences, I whispered to my reflection in the hotel window. Outside, storm clouds gathered. Perfect weather for a family emergency. I watched it unfold through the security cameras I'd installed last week. Money well spent. 2:15 p.m. The movers arrived, efficient and professional. They started replacing furniture with the new owner's belongings just as planned. 2:45 p.m. Rocky's car pulled into the driveway. Early. Of course they came home early. Alyssa probably wanted to supervise the contractor she'd scheduled without my knowledge. The camera caught their expressions perfectly as they stepped out of their cars. Confusion, disbelief, rage. What is the meaning of this? Alyssa's voice came through crystal clear on the audio feed. Who are you people? The head mover handed her my prepared letter. I watched her manicured hands shake as she opened it. No, she whispered. Then louder. No! Rocky grabbed the paper. This has to be a mistake. This is our house. The new owner, right on time, stepped out of his car. Actually, it's my house now. I have the deed right here. Griffin tried to push past him. Like hell it is. Where's Gwendolyn? Mrs. Foster left these for you, the mover said, pointing to the neat piles of garbage bags on the curb. And this envelope for Mr. Dean. I zoomed in on Rocky's face as he opened the manila envelope. Divorce papers, hotel voucher, a single note. You chose your side. Now live with it. She can't do this, Alyssa shrieked. Rocky, call the police. The new owner held up his paperwork. I have everything in order. This is a legal sale. You're trespassing now. Ernest stood silently by the curb, staring at their belongings in garbage bags. The same way they'd arrived 3 months ago. Poetry in motion. My things, Alyssa wailed. My antiques, my family heirlooms. All itemized in there, I whispered to my hotel room TV screen, watching the feed. Every tacky figurine accounted for. Griffin kicked one of the bags. This is bullshit. She's just the ATM, remember? She can't do this to us. Former ATM, I texted to his phone. Service permanently discontinued. Rocky tried calling me again. And again. And again. I let each one go to voicemail, imagining the desperation in his voice growing with each attempt. The new owner was losing patience. You have 30 minutes to collect your belongings before I call the authorities. But my kitchen renovation. Alyssa grabbed Rocky's arm. The contractor is coming Monday. Tell him, Rocky. Tell him this is our house. Mom, Rocky's voice cracked. Mom, please, just let's get our stuff. Rain started to fall as they scrambled to gather their bags. Alyssa kept screaming about lawyers, about rights, about ingratitude. Griffin punched the mailbox, then howled in pain. Ernest just quietly loaded bags into their cars. My phone buzzed with a text from Selena. Watching from across the street. This is better than Netflix. This isn't over, Alyssa screamed at the house. Do you hear me, Gwendolyn? This isn't over. But it was. The new owner closed the door and changed the locks. I watched through the cameras as they drove away. Cars loaded with garbage bags, their temporary kingdom crumbling behind them. I switched off the feed and finally checked my voicemails. Rocky. Baby, please, we can talk about this. Alyssa. You ungrateful little. Griffin. You're going to regret this, sis. Ernest. I understand. Goodbye. A knock at my hotel room door made me jump. It was Selena, holding a bottle of champagne. That, she said, stepping inside, was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Did Alyssa really try to hit the new owner with her purse? Girl, yes. And when Griffin realized his gaming console was in one of those bags, priceless. We poured the champagne and watched the storm through the floor-to-ceiling windows. My phone kept buzzing with threats, pleas, and promises. Rocky's at the hotel, I said, checking the front desk camera feed on my laptop. The one where I left him the voucher. Are you going to talk to him? I thought about all the times he could have talked to me, all the times he chose silence over support. No, I said, turning off my phone. I've said everything I need to say. Selena raised her glass. To karma. To consequences, I replied. Below, through the rain-streaked windows, I could see the city lights blurring. Somewhere out there, a family was learning that actions have consequences, that ATMs can fight back, that sometimes silence speaks louder than words. And somewhere, in a brand new house, a happy family was moving in, making it their home, their real home. The high of revenge wore off around midnight. Selena had left, and I stood alone in my hotel suite, staring at the city lights through rain-streaked windows. My phone buzzed again. Taya. You need to know something, her text read. About Rocky. Can I come up? 5 minutes later, she was at my door, looking nervous. I didn't want to say anything before, she started, pacing the room. But now that you've done this, you should know you did the right thing. What do you mean? She pulled out her phone, showing me a series of photos. Rocky at a bar, Rocky with his arm around a blonde, Rocky kissing her. "My cousin works at that bar," Taya said softly. "He's been seeing her for months, always when you were working late." The champagne turned sour in my stomach. "How long?" "Since before his family moved in." I sat heavily on the edge of the bed, memories flooding back. The late nights at work, the way he avoided my eyes, the constant defense of his family. "He wasn't just weak," I whispered. "He was a coward in every way possible." Taya sat beside me. "I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner." "No," I shook my head. I needed to do what I did for the right reasons, not out of anger or jealousy, for me. After she left, I found myself opening my laptop, clicking through old photos. Rocky and me at the beach, Rocky helping me paint the house, Rocky down on one knee, promising forever. Liar, I whispered to his smiling face. A new email popped up, from Ernest. "I'm at the shelter on 5th Street. Alyssa and Griffin went to her sister's, but they wouldn't take me. Rocky's... well, I don't know where Rocky is. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Not for what you did, but for what we did to make you do it." I closed the laptop without replying. Sleep wouldn't come. I ordered room service at 3 a.m., pancakes I couldn't eat. The waiter gave me a sympathetic look. "Bad breakup?" "Bad everything," I replied. Dawn found me in the hotel gym, running nowhere on a treadmill, trying to outpace my thoughts. My phone kept lighting up with messages. "Alyssa, you've ruined everything. I hope you're happy." Griffin, "Where's my gaming stuff? I had saves on that console." Rocky, "Please, I love you. We can fix this." I deleted them all without reading further. My boss Nicole called around noon. "Take the week off," she said. "You've got the vacation days." "I need to work," I protested. "No, you need to process. Trust me. I've been there." "You have?" She laughed. 3 years ago. Caught my husband with his secretary. Classic, right? Sold his beloved boat while he was at work. Best therapy ever." I found myself smiling. Did it help? The boat money paid for actual therapy, which helped more. Speaking of which, she texted me a number. Dr. Sarah Martinez, family therapist. I stared at the number for a long time before saving it. Selena brought lunch. Real food, not hotel fare. She found me surrounded by scattered photos and old cards. "What are you doing?" "Trying to figure out when it all went wrong," I said. "When he stopped being my husband and started being their son again." She gathered up the photos. "Stop. This isn't helping." "But..." "No buts. Get dressed. We're going out." She took me to a luxury apartment complex across town. Modern, secure, with a doorman and a view of the park. "They have short-term leases," she said. 3 months minimum, long enough to figure out your next move. The apartment was small but pristine. No floral throws, no beer stains, no echoes of false family. "It's expensive," I hesitated. "You just sold a house. You can afford it." I signed the lease that afternoon. As we carried in my suitcases, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number, the blonde from the photos. "He's been lying to me too. Said he was separated. Just found out about you. I'm sorry." I blocked the number without replying. That night in my new apartment, I opened my laptop to delete more photos. Instead, I found myself typing, "Dear Rocky, I thought about writing a long letter, explaining everything. About how you betrayed me twice. Once with her, once with them. About how you watched me disappear in my own home and did nothing. About how you chose everyone else over me, every single time. But you don't deserve my words anymore. Goodbye." I deleted his number instead of sending it. Outside, the city hummed with life. Inside, for the first time in months, there was only silence. My space, my choice. I slept dreamlessly that night, alone in my new beginning. The postcard arrived on a sunny Tuesday. No return address, just Ernest's shaky handwriting. Thank you for doing what Rocky never could. You set us all free in a way, even if some of us don't see it yet. E. I pinned it to my new bulletin board right next to my therapy appointment card and the lease for my recording studio. Ready? Selena asked, adjusting the microphone. We're live in 5. I settled into my chair, facing the professional recording equipment. The red light blinked on. Welcome to Boundaries and Backbone, where we talk about taking back your life, one story at a time. I'm your host, Gwendolyn. The podcast had started as therapy homework. Share your story, Dr. Martinez had suggested. Now it was gaining traction with women calling in to share their own experiences of finding their voice. Today's topic, when family isn't family anymore. The calls started flowing. My mother-in-law moved in temporarily 2 years ago. My husband always takes his sister's side. They're draining my accounts but call me selfish when I object. I answered each one, sharing pieces of my own story. Not for revenge anymore, but for healing, for helping. During the break, Taya texted, Rocky's mom is living with his sister now. Apparently, she's redecorating their house too. I smiled, imagining Alyssa's sister dealing with her improvements. The studio door opened. Nicole stepped in, holding coffee. Your numbers are amazing, she said. The network wants to syndicate. Really? Really? You're helping people, Gwen. Who knew selling a house could start a movement? After the show, I checked my mail. Divorce papers signed by Rocky. No contest, no claims, no drama, just his signature and a single line. I'm sorry I was a coward. Too little, too late. My phone rang. Griffin's number. I almost declined, but curiosity won. What? I got a job, he said quietly. A real one. And my own place. Good for you. Look, I was awful to you. Entitled and lazy, and you were right to do what you did. I let the silence stretch. That's all I wanted to say, he finished. And thanks for the wake-up call. I hung up without responding. Some bridges stay burned. Back at my apartment, I found a package. Inside was my grandmother's china, the set Alyssa had relegated to the highest shelf. A note from the new homeowners. Found this hidden away. Seemed important. I traced the delicate patterns, remembering quiet Sunday dinners before the invasion, before the loss, before the victory. My doorman called up. Ms. Foster, there's an Ernest here to see you. I considered saying no, but something in me had softened. Not enough to forgive, but enough to listen. He stood awkwardly in my living room, looking older, smaller. I'm in therapy, he said without preamble. Learning to speak up, stand up. Better late than never. Alyssa and we're separated. She can't understand why. Keeps saying you destroyed our family. He smiled sadly. But we destroyed ourselves long ago. Used Rocky as a shield. Used you as a bank. I poured us both coffee in my grandmother's cups. Why are you here, Ernest? To show you something. He pulled out his phone, showing me a small apartment. My own place. First time in 40 years I'm living for myself. I'm glad for you. Rocky's living with his mother again, he added. Some patterns never break unless you break them yourself. After he left, I recorded a bonus episode for my podcast. The words flowed easily now. Sometimes the strongest boundaries are the ones we build after everything falls apart. Sometimes the greatest love we can show ourselves is walking away. And sometimes the best revenge is simply living well. My phone lit up with messages from listeners. Women sharing their stories. Women finding their strength. Women breaking their own patterns. I opened my balcony doors, letting in the evening air. Below, the city pulsed with life and possibility. My new home. My new story. The china gleamed in its cabinet, not hidden away, but proudly displayed. Not a reminder of what I'd lost, but of what I'd gained. Strength, peace, self-respect. And remember, ladies, I spoke into my recorder, preparing tomorrow's outro. If you're just the ATM, cancel the card and change the PIN, but most importantly, invest in yourself. I hit stop, smiling at my reflection in the window. No more forced smiles, no more silent rage.
Just me, my voice, and a future I'd built from the ashes of a house that was never really a home.
James couldn't even manage simple tasks around the house, so he suggested we should just end our marriage. James mentioned casually, a smug expression on his face, as he stepped into the hospital room where I lay. I was hooked up to several medical machines, and there was a woman next to him whom I had never seen before. Little did James realize I had amassed a fortune worth $10 million, making a divorce not just a personal turning point, but potentially a life-saving escape for someone like me, who had been merely a homemaker until now. All right, if that's what you want, I silently consented. Staying married to someone who resorted to mocking his partner, especially when they were vulnerable and unwell, was unthinkable. I dug into my bag, retrieved the divorce papers I had the foresight to keep on hand, and presented them to James with a smile. He took them, clearly pleased with himself. Now I can leave you behind. I'll be happier with her, so don't fret, James declared, looping his arm around the woman, introduced as Sophia Loren. She gave me a disdainful look and mockingly wished me well, now addressing me as if I had lost my status upon their departure. They left the room in high spirits, but their joy was fleeting. Left alone, I couldn't suppress a loud laugh. It was Friday, meaning the divorce would be finalized by Monday. The anticipation of freedom in just 3 days was exhilarating. My name is Mary Forleo, a 51-year-old homemaker from a modest farming background. Although I had no special talents, I took great pride in my extensive knowledge of cooking. James, my husband, of the same age and a college peer, and I had both moved to Kansas City from our rural homes. Living by ourselves, I often prepared various meals for James using produce and rice from my family's farm. Many believed I had won his affection through his James Sach, and I was conscious of this. Indeed, James has always been helpless with household tasks. Since our dating days and throughout our marriage, I had been the one taking care of him. I took care of all our home responsibilities, but sadly James and I never had children. Despite this, we found joy in our life together, bonding over our love for food. On his days off, we'd often go on short road trips, seeking out delicious meals to share. Initially, James was gentle and kind, but around 5 years into our marriage, his behavior shifted. He became more controlling. While he never became physically abusive, his words grew harsh, often leaving me hurt. Feeling powerless as a full-time homemaker, I rarely stood up to him, doubting he would listen or value my perspective. James landed a job at a prestigious company after college, but left 7 years later. He hopped from one job to another, leaving us in a constant state of financial instability. However, at his most recent job, where he stayed for 4 years, things seemed different. He got along with his coworkers, and I harbor a small hope he might stick it out. Then, one day, James came home early, announcing he had quit his job yet again. My shock slipped out, causing his temper to flare. I dropped everything to appease him, apologizing for my reaction. James's mood was volatile, and I tread carefully to avoid worsening it. After muttering an apology, which seemed to calm him slightly, I resumed my role, serving him dinner and drinks without further comment. Over the years, my identity had faded. Married at 32, now 17 years later, I seldom showed my true self, instead playing the part of the compliant wife to keep the peace. After James had his fill and fell asleep on the couch, I cleaned up the mess he'd left behind, feeling a wave of sadness over the state of our marriage. This wasn't the life I had dreamed of. Looking back on our happier moments, I questioned whether continuing this way was bearable. The thought of divorce, once unimaginable, now seemed like a potential escape from this cycle of unhappiness. I began to plan my next day with a newfound resolve, ready to face the challenges I had long ignored. As James set off to the employment office, securing yet another job with remarkable speed, I made my way to the city office. There, I filled out and signed divorce papers, although I wasn't fully prepared to file them just yet. Holding on to them gave me a sense of security. I carefully hid the signed documents in a deep corner of my bag that I used often, wary of the potential fallout should James stumble upon them. "Where did you disappear to while I was out looking for jobs?" James inquired when I got back. I told him I had been to the stationery store to pick up some resume papers, thinking he might need them. James seemed pleasantly surprised by my thoughtfulness, his initial suspicion quickly replaced by a lighter mood. I handed him the resumes I had actually purchased, and shortly after, he left to meet a friend for drinks, excited about his new job. This position promised a stable salary and benefits superior to any he had before. Silently, I hoped this job would be the one he kept until retirement, especially since it involved sales and required him to spend evenings out more frequently. I treasured these moments of solitude, using them to recharge and always making sure to welcome James with a smile upon his return. Then, unexpectedly, I received a call from my mother. She excitedly shared news of a sudden windfall, $10 million from the value of family land we never thought we needed. The land was appraised at $12 million, and we could live comfortably with just a fraction of that. My mother, who had always been wary of James, especially after he became more possessive and even barred me from visiting my childhood home, suggested it was time for me to reconsider my life choices. She revealed that she had transferred the property, inherited from my grandmother, into my name to avoid inheritance taxes, providing me with an unexpected path to freedom. About a week later, I found myself in the aftermath of a traffic accident. Thankfully, my life was not in danger, but I would need to stay in the hospital for a week. After securing my belongings, including the divorce papers, in the hospital room's drawer, I contacted James to inform him of the accident. His first reaction was not concern for my well-being, but worry over who would prepare his meals during my hospital stay. This response further cemented my realization that my journey toward independence, fueled by my inheritance and the silent preparation of divorce papers, was not only necessary but imminent. I was on the brink of confronting James for valuing his meals over my well-being when I broke the news to him that I'd be hospitalized for a week. Apologizing, I suggested he find his meals elsewhere during my hospital stay. His reaction was anything but supportive. "Not even cooking for your own husband? What a lazy wife," he complained, before declaring he was on his way to the hospital. I had originally intended to discuss the inheritance with him that very night, but his response made me reconsider. As I lay in my hospital bed, hooked up to machines and undergoing various tests, I couldn't shake the feeling that my gut instinct about keeping the inheritance a secret was right. When James arrived, his harsh words stung deeply. Standing there with a smirk, he criticized my inability to manage household tasks even in my condition and suggested a divorce, demanding compensation. Next to him was a woman I didn't recognize, oblivious to the fact that I was worth $10 million. He didn't understand that for me, a divorce wasn't just an end to our marriage, but a crucial turning point. Finally, I resolved to end it. Confronting a man who could so callously insult his wife while she was vulnerable was not something I could tolerate. I handed him the divorce papers I had secretly prepared, watching as his smirk widened. "Now I can leave you behind. I'll be happier with her," he claimed, putting his arm around the girl he called Hannah. As they mockingly bid me farewell and left, laughing, I couldn't help but laugh myself. It was Friday, and the divorce would be processed by Monday. The thought of being free in just 3 days filled me with anticipation. The weekend passed quietly without a word from James, offering me a peace I hadn't felt in a long time, despite the restlessness from inactivity. Whenever I felt agitated, the nurses would encourage me to stay calm. By Monday evening, my phone began to incessantly ring with calls from James. Initially, I ignored them, but after half an hour of relentless ringing, I decided to pick up, curious about what he could possibly have to say after everything that had transpired. Upon answering James's persistent calls, his immediate shouting couldn't help but draw a laugh from me, which only fueled his fury further. He was irate that the divorce papers hadn't gone through as he expected. I couldn't resist chuckling as I informed him that I had preemptively filed a notice of non-acceptance, recalling how he used to casually threaten divorce during our arguments. I thought it best to safeguard against his impulsive decisions. James, flustered, demanded I withdraw the notice immediately. However, I stood firm, asserting my newfound resolve not to bend to his every whim. I calmly explained that any changes couldn't be made until after my hospital discharge, and even then, we would have to navigate the official procedures together at the municipal office. James's desperation, especially his eagerness to formalize his relationship with Hannah, whom he introduced as his new partner during my hospitalization, was both appalling and amusing. When I inquired if Hannah was the woman he intended to marry, James's confirmation only highlighted the absurdity of his situation. Since we were still legally married, Hannah was, in essence, his mistress. I maintained my composure in the face of James's irrationality, further agitating him by indicating that the division of our assets, including the complications arising from his actions, would be handled by my lawyer. I reminded him that I had diligently managed our home and remained faithful, placing the responsibility of our failed marriage squarely on his shoulders. James seemed confused, wrongly assuming that my inability to perform household duties while hospitalized constituted neglect on my part. I patiently explained that his failure to care for me, and his expectation that I should cater to his needs despite my condition, was unreasonable. Not only was it neglectful, but as an adult, he should be capable of managing his own affairs. James's attempts to justify his behavior with flawed logic were bewildering. He clung to the belief that his relationship with Hannah absolved him of any wrongdoing, dismissing the fact that his affair was a clear breach of our marriage vows. Despite his stubborn insistence, it was evident that his arguments would hold no water in any reasonable discussion, let alone in legal proceedings. His inability to grasp the gravity of his actions and the legal and moral implications of cheating was astounding, revealing just how diluted his perspective had become. Choosing to put an end to the unproductive exchange, I informed James that any further communication should be conducted through our lawyers. Cutting the call short, I didn't wait to hear his objections. Though he tried reaching out several times afterward, I steadfastly ignored his attempts, leading to his eventual silence. This brief respite was shattered the next morning, as my phone incessantly rang from 8 a.m. Answering the call, James immediately vented his frustrations about being unable to withdraw money from what he assumed was a joint bank account. Given that joint account holders typically have equal access, his difficulty puzzled me until I realized he might be attempting to access my personal account. Upon inquiry, James confirmed his intentions to withdraw from my account, igniting a tirade filled with irrational demands. James's outrage was unbridled, yet he failed to grasp the precautions I had taken the day before my hospitalization. Anticipating potential financial recklessness on his part, I had informed the bank to freeze any withdrawals until I could oversee them myself upon discharge. This precaution was vindicated by James's current actions attempting to withdraw funds from an account that, especially in light of our impending divorce, he had no right to access. Despite this, James saw no issue with his request and pressed me for an immediate withdrawal. I firmly reminded him that, in our current state, we were essentially strangers, and I was under no obligation to dispense money to someone who had effectively become an outsider to me. This newfound defiance took James aback, as he was unaccused James to me asserting myself in such a manner. His demands continued, now insisting on receiving money and compensation for the household duties I could not perform from the hospital. It was clear that, despite his educational background, James lacked the basic understanding and respect for our situation after 19 years of marriage. I addressed James with the patience one might use for a child, clarifying that I was no longer the passive partner he was used to manipulating. We would sort out the division of assets legally through a lawyer. His reaction was predictably angry, threatening to confront me in person at the hospital. Unperturbed, I had already taken measures to ensure my privacy and safety, instructing the nursing staff to admit no one but my parents to my room. True to his word, James did attempt to visit, only to be halted at the nurse's station, as evidenced by the continuous ringing and subsequent flood of messages on my phone. This barrier further illustrated the decisive steps I had taken towards independence and self-respect, standing firm against James's unreasonable expectations and intrusions. I archived all the messages James sent as proof and promptly reached out to my lawyer. It wasn't long before my attorney contacted James, which effectively halted the onslaught of messages. Just as I began to think the ordeal was nearing its end, a surprising turn of events unfolded. I was notified about a visitor, Lisa, a long-standing friend with whom I shared a passion for food. We used to explore dining spots together until my marriage. She reached out, expressing concern for my well-being, and dropped a bombshell. She suspected Hannah, the young woman seen with James, was involved in an affair with my husband. My shock deepened when I learned of Lisa's connection to Hannah. She was Lisa's niece. The revelation came about because Hannah had boasted to her family about marrying a 51-year-old man, and a shared photograph revealed that man to be James. The twist that Lisa was inadvertently linked to this messy situation through family ties left me astounded. Lisa had already briefed her sister, Hannah's mother, about the upheaval their niece had stirred in my life. She was contemplating seeking reparation from Hannah for the distress caused, but reassured me that our friendship, spanning 2 decades, wouldn't be sacrificed over this incident. Lisa had arranged a meeting to resolve the matter and invited me to join, offering to provide photographic evidence of the affair. After my hospital discharge, I headed to a secluded dining room in a restaurant with my lawyer, where James and Hannah were indulging in a lavish meal. Their brazenness caught me off guard. James had the audacity to suggest I foot their extravagant bill, but I firmly declined, asserting they covered their own expenses. My primary goal was to negotiate the division of our shared assets. Ignoring James's disparaging remarks, my lawyer and I settled in and laid out the evidence of James's wrongdoing. We presented legal documents delineating James's liability and the proposed division of property, alongside photos Lisa had taken, capturing James and Hannah's intimate moments and Hannah with another man at a hotel. This evidence visibly unsettled both James and Hannah, disrupting their meal. Lisa's timely entrance further escalated the tension. She confessed to capturing the incriminating photos, leaving Hannah bewildered by her aunt's involvement. Lisa then took the opportunity to clarify her actions, emphasizing the importance of accountability and the consequences of Hannah's choices, all while supporting me through this tumultuous chapter. Her intervention not only reinforced our bond, but also underscored the complexities of personal relationships intertwined with familial connections. Lisa, amidst the unfolding drama, assured me of her continued friendship, despite her intent to seek reparations from Hannah. She condemned Hannah's behavior as reprehensible, especially after Hannah falsely claimed to be pregnant. When confronted, Hannah looked visibly unpregnant, leaving everyone, including James, astounded by her claim. It wasn't long before she confessed to fabricating the pregnancy tale, admitting her strategy involved targeting affluent older men, with James unfortunately ensnared by her deceit. She hoped the lie would prompt James to leave me, but with the truth out, James was at a loss for words, especially when faced with his financial incapacity to address the situation. Lisa resolved to have Hannah apologize properly later and escorted her niece away, leaving James and me to a tense conversation. James, now grappling with the fallout, attempted to salvage our relationship, suggesting a fresh start. He argued that my lack of recent employment history would hinder my independence, to which I confidently responded that my financial stability was assured, thanks to my significant personal savings, excluding him from any claim to it. This revelation, along with my intent to proceed with the divorce, underscored my independence and the end of our nearly 3-decade-long marriage. In the aftermath, Hannah made a monetary apology transferred directly to my account, an action enforced by her mother, who also mandated her employment to amass the owed compensation. James, alienated by his actions and the subsequent familial backlash, found himself financially strained, necessitating loans to fulfill his obligations towards me. His professional life suffered as well, with his indiscretion leading to job loss and a new, challenging chapter involving multiple jobs to manage his debts. With the compensation received, I directed a portion towards charitable causes and relocated to the countryside, investing the rest in a serene and fulfilling single lifestyle. My bond with Lisa remained strong. We embraced our singleness, planning to cohabit, explore culinary delights, and embark on leisurely journeys together. Our shared excitement for a future filled with friendship, food, and travel marked a hopeful chapter, ready to commence with the upcoming move. I looked forward to a life of joy and authenticity, free from the shadows of the past.